N- Nutty?
Hello?
Welcome back.
My PC blew up. That's why my frames are going to shit. Ah.
Ah, great. They just decided to leave.
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. Actually just blew up my PC. I got blue screened and everything.
Yeah, I'm just gonna back out of this.
Yeah.
You didn't get a matchmaking ban, did you? You did, so we have to play some unranked until...
How long is it?
Only you
I think
it's like 30 minutes, maybe?
30 minutes for getting DC'd?
Yeah. Well, because I don't think I don't think they read it as a DC whenever your computer disconnects like that.
Honto? Here, I can check real quick, actually. I'm suspended for 11 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we can just go do it. Actually, Hitsu, have you ever done One Dad, 11 Kids before?
Oh,
No.
no.
Nani?
Here we go.
Overwatch kills PC confirmed? Yeah, confirmed. And I got a 3090 and i9, all kinds of different things. That's crazy. Alright, what is this? Let's see what this is. Wait, we get to play as Roadhog?
Wait,
It
it's a,
changes.
and we have a Basta fight.
Oh. Isn't this kind of... What the fuck is that sound I hear?
It's,
That's a big ass
so
McCree.
So the
Or
boss
has
has
to.
infinite ammo. And since he has infinite ammo, he can just right click. This is unfortunate for him, though.
That we're playing as tanks right now?
Yeah.
That's my hook. Baby!
60 seconds.
60 seconds.
Oh god, is it Farah against Farah? Oh no.
This is not fair. It's over. It's over! Does she get ult, like, infinitely?
No. The only thing that the boss gets infinitely is, the ammo. But they just get faster ult charge and shit, but we do too, so...
Yeah, baby! Change life fast.
Get back here.
25% chance to boss. Dude, his voice is like deep. What the hell?
Oh yeah, because they make it bigger for how big the character is.
Oh no, it's over. Oh, I get to dash a lot though.
Ah! Not again! I just got there!
Oh, I stuck him. But at what cost? Let's go. Let's go, Crab. Let's go. I got a fucking
God.
Lucian now. Giant Lucian. What is this? This is a troll.
He can't heal himself though, so he can only speed boost and
He's definitely not speed boosting though.
Ah!
oh dear lord.
Oh my god.
So Stanky was playing this and that's how we found out about it.
Ah, that makes sense. If we heal together, he can't kill us all. Let's go. Ah, we're
no.
fucked.
Scatter!
Fucking Kyle. It's always the Kyles. Oh god.
Like I stated, he does realize that that hurts him, right? When he shoots it on himself.
I don't think he cares.
I think.
Oh,
I
he
think.
fell off.
Oh,
Oh,
they got him.
oh, so many people fell off. We all fell off with him. That's crazy.
Oh no, what are we facing?
Oh, Hanzo.
Oh, that's no stress. That means he hasn't hit his shots.
Rude. His ass
Hanzo.
crab.
Hanzo. Hanzo. Oh god, that is a big ult though. That much
Oh,
for sure.
he has the body shot.
Can I kick him off? Come over here! Come over here! Come over here! Heal, my friends! Heal! Oh my.
Got him, bitch.
Zenyatta's so busted. Oh god.
Oh god, it's against Brig.
Really? That's crazy.
Ow! She has no projectiles for us to reflect.
All I can do is just dash through her repeatedly until she dies.
"20 seconds until we're freed from..."
Oh god.
This is gonna be a very close one, depending on. Oh, buddy. Oh no, and she's in a room. Start throwing orbs.
I will heal all my friends and do damage. I'm healing. Let's go. Oh, I was doing. Look at,
Surrender to my will.
I healed so much there. Let's go.
Nah.
That's crazy.
After this one, we'll. Oh, it's me.
Oh, I'm coming, Hound. My body flew. Wait, is this fucking nade not hit scan? Or not deflectable? Hey, Johnny.
It's
What's
not
up?
hit scan, it's just that,
The hitbox is probably bigger, like huge.
it's just that shooting it at the feet of Genji doesn't let him reflect it, so...
Oh, you can't reflect it? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
big chilling. Oh, this is so troll.
Yeah, no, this is like the worst matchup that you can get as a non-shield tank with.
Oh no. That. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not really sorry, but I'm sorry. This is so.
There's still 30
so
more
AIDS.
seconds of this.
That's
Jesus
so
Christ.
AIDS. I'm doing pretty good though, Johnny. How have you been? I had a good workout today before stream. That was fun.
Get back here!
No. Why would I do that?
Come on, man. Now we're all Lucios. God.
Ow!
No. No, fuck, we're switching again.
Oh, it's only 3 of you, F. Oh no.
It's a kicking squad. I didn't get to kick him. This game looks wild. Yeah, it's very troll casual.
Oh no, it's just us 3!
You do so much damage as a boss. What the fuck? No.
Darn.
Wolf. I could have ulted there. I didn't see my ult. Experiencing tranquility.
On Ash now.
I can't see your HP bars. I don't know how tanky you are or not.
Oh, it's the top. There's like a,
Oh, the red bar thing? Okay, I see. Ay, we're moving up in the world, Krav.
Uh-oh.
Do something!
Oh, I just sent myself absolutely flying.
Oh my god, I tried to knock you away and it wasn't enough. We're all Baptiste now. You just melt through the fucking invulnerability thing.
Ah, yes. Everybody who was here is gone again.
So we're not gonna get to play the game for another 30 seconds.
Hey, now you know how it feels whenever I play fucking rock round, bitch. mistake. Pay no mind to me. No. No.
60 seconds.
Oh, now you guys are Tracer, I see.
No, I don't think I will. Oh, and it just deleted. I tried to throw out my pulse bomb, and it just said, "No, you died at the same time. You don't get to throw it." No, I don't think I will.
Oh, I thought I was gonna stick you there. No, I have to change again. Fucking A, man.
Oh, of course.
Oh, what the heck, man? That's not cool. That's not. What is this? This matchmaking.
It's in my favor, finally, is what it is.
We died together.
We go together.
Wait, your life is so tanky. You have 200. Why do you have 2 times the amount of life right now?
I think it's because it's Diva.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
60 seconds.
Ah, okay. I think all the people who were in this lobby were waiting for, like, a comp match. I see, now everybody's joining.
Just in time. Let's go. Nope. I know the power of a good healing orb. Oh, I can't get up there.
I can't fucking kill any of you because you're all just healing yourselves.
Oh, I was trying to heal everyone. I was trying to heal everyone.
Oh god, this is even worse!
Eat my shit.
Oh yeah, Diva also doesn't get bombed, so that's probably why she has extra health.
Stay alive, Tyler. God, I'm hitting all these spears. Her spears are so easy to hit. What the hell? Well, I can fucking use my ult though. Arisa is so slow. Honestly.
This is all fucking AIDS, bro.
Shields for everyone! Shields for everyone!
It
Rally on
shields
me!
and fucking punches for everybody.
It's baby diva time.
Change shit!
It's a me, baby Diva.
Will she get her ult back in time? Will she get her ult back in time? No.
I don't get it back.
Oh, really?
Oh, now you're all in big trouble.
Where are you? No! No! Perfect ulti though.
60 seconds.
Not this shit again!
Let's go.
Get back here!
He dashed. Nope. You can stop doing that. No! How dare someone die in front of you? Fuck. They all left.
30 seconds.
No.
Oh my god.
10 seconds remaining.
Oi! Nai! Come here!
No.
Well. Classic Genji counter. So they say anyways. But is it though? You're just dashing through everyone. Stop it! Let's go! Trained Iceman.
Uh-oh.
10 seconds remaining.
Ah! I think he got this one. With just how many kills you got when it was just us two?
Well, it wasn't just that, it was also the time that I was, fucking, who is it? God, I can't remember now.
Anji? You got like 20 kills?
I think it was like whoever I was first that caused everybody to start leaving.
It's manageable though. You got 37%.
Yeah, but we need to kill him 4 times while he
Oh,
only
never
needs to
mind.
kill 6 of us.
I see.
Enemy needs 4 kills.
Fuck her up. Fuck up the Anna.
Enemy needs.
If anyone dies before she dies, they're trolling. Let's go. We killed her. We're the real.
Man,
We,
I
that,
hate
that's the real
breaking
dub.
to you.
That's the real dub though.
Match complete.
Wait, did somebody fall off on accident?
Defeat.
I guess so. What a great game.
Wow.
Now at 5, 4,
Okay,
3,
we'll get back to...
Oh, I was the boss. I just saw.
Oh wait, were you? Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Joining the competitive queue in
Thank you for joining the quick commercial break where you're not back to your regularly scheduled feeding.
Though the good thing is, my frames felt pristine that time.
Yeah, and especially in a game mode like fucking one dad, 11 kids, holy shit.
Yeah.
You need those frames.
Wait, wasn't that a thing back in the day? Didn't Overwatch used to have a memory leak problem?
I can't remember.
They just never fix that? Like, the longer you played, just the worse it got?
I can't
that
say
PUBG?
I ever experienced it.
It might have been PUBG. I had less OP PC back then. Uh,
Don't worry. This next match is we're gonna do great. Bob's gonna get a play of the game.
We'd love to see it. All right, while we're searching, I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Hopefully it doesn't pop in screen.
You fool! You said something. Hitsu's a McFucking dork.
Nani? Why do you say that?
Nani?
You are banned. I doth banish you.
You can't ban me if I ban myself.
Nani? Oh, all I remember. I'm going to add tally to the thingy.
Zawardo. So in One Dad 11 Kids, since Widow's ult is basically useless, they make her slow down time.
What the fuck? So she can just get free headshots?
She's literally fucking. Well, she moves slow too, but like, she basically has the world at her beck and call. Her stand.
Kind of troll.
Zawardo.
Functionality looks good. One last diagnostics check couldn't hurt.
No music for anyone!
So apparently if you're Hammond and you shoot the bells in the
Leadership makes all the difference.
in the order of the Overwatch theme song, he starts squeaking it.
Really?
Yeah, that was something that I had seen.
Someone went fire just because I had bears.
You
Fair
are
enough.
not prepared.
Fair enough. Oh, okay, never mind. This was a bad idea. She died instantly.
That's unfortunate. Damn, we're getting...
Because they have so much hit scared.
Yeah.
So I do not think Farah's the play here.
Ooh.
Oh, good, they changed the Genji. Something different.
Gotcha, bitch!
I don't even know what their supports are Ana and
Okay. You steal my res and you don't have it go off when the animation was finished. Cool.
Wait, who's there? You're fucking him up. Yeah, that's good. Okay, he's
issue is
bashing
that
now.
They have Ana, Bap, fucking
Yeah.
Soldier, and Genji. Like, that's so much damage.
It is a lot. Ooh, that's not good. Damn. What does that sound?
Aha! I lived!
Gonna need it.
I've died twice in the time span of nothing. Need to get up somehow. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna go under here real quick. Alright, he's going on there. Never mind. Watch out, Genji behind, Genji behind.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I got him. Oh, Soldier's so low. Please, please, get him. Did he get him? I don't think he got him.
Hitting the ground running.
We're getting... We'll soon get that better positioning though. Lucky bastard. He's gonna Rujin no Ken no Kurai soon here. Pretty sure. Or not.
No, I think they were
Just
kind
waiting.
of convinced in their head that they were giving it up, so...
Yeah. I think it was very possible for them though. There it is. Really odd for him to use it at this specific point, in my opinion.
They wanted to play the game.
Yeah, they want to play. That's all it was. I respect it.
Hey, Hitsu, I'm gonna bubble you again. Go take damage. Or they can just ignore you. That's cool too.
I'll make sure they don't ignore me anymore.
Ow. That was very rude.
Oh, they have a widow. They have a widow. What?
Hooray.
Dude, that widow just got like 3 kills. She's nuts.
If I didn't have Grav, I would swap to Winston like now, but...
Yeah. Sorry. We die fast for you. He's so low. Oh my god. Thank you for the res.
No.
Never mind.
I keep it keeps going off, but then not happening.
Oh, he switched to... Okay, he switched to Reaper. That's not bad. Never realized.
Hey, stop running forward. Where no one's behind you.
I have full faith.
That's the stuff. Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
We need to play like different angles.
Thanks for the help.
No. Worth it, worth it, worth it, worth it. Potentially.
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
Oh, he switched to Genji now? Okay. I'm not sure what to do right here. He's so low. Watch out for Widow. He's up top again. She's so low.
Bro, I can't do anything. I don't know what to do.
I'm just getting started.
Come on.
You guys stay on point, because I'm gonna try and...
Yeah, well, I'm trying to displace one of them.
I tried so fucking hard, but I just took way too much damage.
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. I was ignoring the Rissa completely there.
I'd stay down.
Thank you. Oh, okay. That worked out. That worked out. That worked out. We had to dive there. That's the only way we get like any picks to keep moving. That was the right play. It's just you got melted too. What the fuck? That's unfortunate.
60 seconds.
I got fucked. Could you switch to Zen real quick, Mora? And focus on the discording Orisa? Oh, fuck. Wrong chat. Can someone else say that?
Alright, I don't know if I'm even in the team chat.
Fuck. I have ult here. We just need to get in.
This ends now.
Fuck me.
Dude, their soldier is just fucking destroyed. This isn't even the same soldier.
Not.
Hitting the ground running.
I mean, at least we got it to the second point at least.
Nah, their soldier's cracked, man.
Yes.
Or, well, the one that was...
Let me make sure I'm actually in team chat now so I can say that properly next time.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
He's gonna play. Okay. Who did they play earlier? Orisa and what? I don't remember.
They had Orisa, they had
Soldier, Anna.
and a Baptiste.
Right.
Systems on
I need to be able to just get rid of people with one shot. Or one nade.
Yeah, his nade's kind of silly.
Yeah. It's really dumb how much damage he does.
Do like one shot of damage and then throw a nade and it kills.
It's so crazy. Oh, this is late, Ace, but I hope you're doing well.
And people thought Stun Fan was bad.
Honestly think this is more stupid than Stun Fan.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Enemies found. Stop the payload.
I need to reposition here to get high ground.
I'm walking back. I'm a slow
Reposition, reposition.
You don't know when to quit. How you work?
Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Oh, she's getting healed. Fuck. Can I get a heal? Whoa.
Throw in the towel?
Who the fuck is he, dude?
Good job.
Thank you. He's just jumping around. I cannot see him. Oh fuck. We're low here.
High Ranger.
Vibins, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just trying to get some damage in here.
Let's assemble our minds. Eyes sharp this time.
Switching to snow.
I have Transcendence for when.
I'm ready to go in. Got fucking ulted by her. Oh, not ulted by her. I got whatchamacallit. We lost both our DPS.
Yeah, we're gonna need to pull back.
30 seconds remaining. Bunch together.
He switches right now. I think we're good. No, Torb is fine, I guess.
Okay, my Suzu.
Yeah, as soon as you TP, that was unlucky.
Dude, they're fucking Sojourn.
Just melting. I want him to play something else. Where?
I need heals bad.
Okay.
But
Hey.
I need him to. I don't know what a player.
Is all I have left.
It's tiring how consistent I TP to Suzu and the person dies just before.
Going to the side, pretty sure.
I hate how it automatically gets to push through the door like that. Because now we just have to hold it here.
Okay, then Diva just ate the Suzu.
Oh, fuck the damage. I can try what I can to keep doing damage here. He jumps to the left, he jumps to the left. Whoa! Hey Hina, how are you?
As long as we don't push out too bad, then we can.
They went to you guys. We have to watch out for their ult as well, though. They're gonna have some here soon.
They're gonna have Genji ult probably.
Got him, bless. Soldier's up top in the right or left behind us. Got her.
Okay.
Ugh.
That one shot's from 200 apparently.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Once again, I set forth.
I think they got it.
They got it.
That's unfortunate.
Ugh, I was really trying. I was really trying. I need our DPS to help out a little bit more.
Yeah, it's obvious you're trying. You got.
Headshot.
All right, this was a play.
Oh, shit. I instinct. It's like instinct to fucking leave, dude. My bad.
No, you're fine. I don't mind my plays. Yeah, salute for the effort. Salute for the effort.
I'm gonna go.
I'm glad you're good though. You know, I'm glad you're good.
I'm gonna go DPS to try and help you out since.
Yeah, it's just like I'm getting consistent damage down, but they're living, and
Yeah.
that's why I switched to Hanzo just to try to delete one shot and stagger them as much as I could. Eating and staying hydrated. I am definitely eating. I finished all my meals for the day, so I'm good. Hydrating, I could probably hydrate a bit more, but I'm out of water right now. Ayo, hello.
Why don't you
How are
fix
you,
that?
Leader? Because I don't want to.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
Hydrate or dihydrate. Dehydrating is not poggers. That is true. That is true. How are you doing, Leada? What's going on? Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. Don't know why I was completely lost. Oh my god. Yeah, my stream crashed earlier, Sunny. So, but I'll give it to you still. I think it was Tally and you that I gotta give it to. Fuck. Okay. I'll go get some water. These are dorks. How are your games? I think we have not been winning. It's always been really close games. We're just not winning, unfortunately. But I'll BRB. Wait, but we're about to go into game. Like, it's gonna pop up like right now, you know?
Go. You went and took a piss last time. Go get fucking water.
Fine. I'll be right back. I love you guys. Take care. Watch it pop. Pop.
This is when we like go queue into a skirmish, so it looks like a team mode, and then he's like, oh no.
Fuck.
Hey, no Q pop. How nice. Time to munch on donut. Pog. Ooh, that sounds fire. I had a donut today actually for the first time in like 4 months, 5 months.
Headshot. Double. Recharge. Coming through. Not your
Close. I got the hydrating. I will no longer be dehydrating. I did it for you guys.
I see they did hold true to their thing. So a bunch of people were talking about how it's bullshit that you could only buy the skins through the bundle. And And so they finally decoupled the bundle from the skins.
Ah. Tank. Diva time.
Let's see. We're gonna hold it down. Hey, you two want to learn mahjong? Mahjong? Mahjong?
Mahjong's fun.
I've never understood how to play it, and apparently everyone knows how to play it. And I feel like I definitely should know how to play it because everyone in my family knows how to play it.
More like a Mahjong.
Mahjong. Also, I hope you're doing well, Lieda.
Yeah,
If someone's in chat, can you shout them out?
So let's give it to them.
I've good night. Gotta go sleep for work. Oh, no worries, Johnny. You take care, bro.
You
get that sleep.
The mechanics aren't to, like how you go about doing your turn and whatnot. Isn't that difficult to learn? It's the biggest part is just basically learning the different hands you make. Because that's just a case of remembering.
Yeah. Oh, they have an Anna. Surprise, bitch! Alright, here comes a sneak, here comes a sneak. Sneak damage, 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 and I'm out.
Hey.
Walk back out here. Take that for the team, because we're homies. We do things for friends. We love our friends.
That soldier's pissed.
Sneak damage, sneak damage, sneak damage, sneak damage, and I'm out. Oh, she actually lived that. That's crazy. Ahaha. Alright, wait a little bit, wait a little bit, wait a little bit, then surprise her! Ha ha ha. This guy's actually so fucking stupid. Alright, they're waiting for me, they're waiting for me. We're gonna reposition here. Reposition here. Just a touch. Nice. Ounce doing damage. Let's go. If they saw me, I'm rotating. Gotta be unpredictable. Gotta be unpredictable, except I'm being pushed! What is that bullshit? TP out! I'm out! This is so troll. What? Where are they? wait, Anna. Why did Anna ult? Oh my god. I got knocked into a smoke. Or not smoke, asleep. Timber on exact, but what the fuck? Yeah, no, I got fucked there. I bounced. Hey, let's go.
Where did it go?
I don't know.
I'm unsure. Die! Everyone die! You best believe I'm coming for you! Alright, let me know when they're close. I'm gonna sneak him, do some damage. Are they pushing? Kinda.
Interesting choice of ult.
That's a touch. Ooh, he doing damage. But for how long? That's the question. And I'm healed, baby! That's what I'm talking about! You're mine, Anna! You're mine, Anna! Oh, you're not. Anna's low, Anna's low. Oh.
It was just after I used my booster, too, so I just get knocked off
Nah.
the... Okay. I'm on my way back.
Oh, that's spooky.
Wow.
It felt like I was trolling that entire game or the round.
Now let's see how we do.
I'm playing Hanzo just for the burst. We get one, it should be free. Just wish you had this much DPS. What?
They're making a joke because apparently their DPS are one of their DPS is 0 and 7.
I mean, they didn't really have much chance to kill us. We were just we used the terrain. We used the terrain really well there.
Yeah. And, also, I was just running in and
Yeah, you were diving as well, so that was really good. You're knocking them around, disrupting them. Honestly, this is one of the best maps for Reaper, I think. At least the
I think
first
it's also
point.
Because, I mean, they're definitely just fucking tilting too. Though.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, they were for sure. There was a point where Anna was sitting there trying to heal, and I just snuck up on her and I one-shot her. She like had their scope. She was scoped in, so it just boop and one tap.
Oh my god, you can 3-peek with the emotes again.
Oh really? All right, let's see. Anyone over here? Oh, you see that? You look stupid. That's their tank.
Dumbass.
That's their tank. There we go. Oh. I cannot hit her. I'm trolling.
oh hey, it's they have
Alright, we won.
Symmetra.
We won, I think. Did you actually rest someone?
Yeah, Moira. Oh, okay.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
I did.
Go get a different rank. Damn, they're mean. Mercy's mean. Oh no. Wait, they were doing damage though.
Hey,
I got
do not
play
leave.
just now?
Do not leave, so we can watch Hitsu's play.
What even is this play? I didn't even do anything.
You walk to the point.
Yeah, I walked to the point, I guess.
These dudes were
Wow,
tilting
that was
so
my
fucking bad.
that was my first tank win. So I have one for I think either DPS or heal, and then one for tank.
No, I love. I used to play Doomfist there too, back when Doomfist was DPS and not tank.
Right. Yeah, there. Sorry.
Honestly, I think Reaper's really strong right now.
Oh no, Reaper's super strong right now.
Does he deserve a nerf though? Do you think?
He's always been like this, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Hi, Lava.
Bum 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 bum. Do do do. Do 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 do. You like that, Ace? I did that one for you. That play was for you, Ace. Why not? Start guest star. What's guest star? Guest star should not be captured as a single browser source. Please use guest star in one browser window and add each slot URL as separate browser sources in your streaming software. Is this like a collab thing? Do you have a guest star thing when you open OBS? Or on your dashboard? I mean, your Twitch dashboard?
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just noticed it. Honestly, after my frames were fixed, the game feels a lot more smooth now. I feel like I'm hitting a lot more shots. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do.
Can't help but feel like it's a oh, it's like a webcam and probably like a VTuber thing, honestly.
Oh, so it's like, who are you with on stream type of deal?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because people were just
How do you check ranks in game? I already had Crab as a friend. You were my friend on Battle.net for so long. Bless. I was about to add you, and I was like, oh. I can avoid you as a teammate, though. Wait, no. No! I'm blind! I'm so stupid. I didn't have you added. I thought we've definitely played before that. I'm trolling.
well, if you were able to what's it called? If you were able to commend him after matches, then you definitely didn't have him add as a friend.
True, actually. It's completely off topic though, Krav. Sophia misses you sometimes. She'll bring you up randomly.
Oh.
Yeah. She brings you up, Hound up, like the whole entire gang up, constantly.
Uh-huh.
She's been so busy.
Well, the next time you get to talk to Sophia, tell her I said hi, hello, and that she's cute.
I will relay the message.
Healer again.
How dare.
I'm sure it will result in screes and anger, and then I'll get an angry Discord message or something, but hey, you know, what are you gonna do?
What rank is this? I think it's like gold? Gold Elo? Gold Elo?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's roughly because it's like I have no idea where the fuck I stand at this point.
Oh, you haven't done your placements yet.
Right. It's been like 4 years since I've done my placements.
Yeah, no, I have no idea where I was gonna place it. I'm glad there was some kind of reset because it was kind of annoying. I barely played, and I always had to match up with fucking insane people. I'm like, I don't want to.
When the last time I played ranked, like, because like Overwatch somewhat seriously, I barely climbed into Masters because I was mainly just flexing. Because this was before I think roll queue was a thing.
Yeah. And
There
it
was-
never reset our MMR. Like, no, they talked about it, but they never did. Oh, they have a Sigma. Sigma, Genji, Zenyatta. I'm just gonna try to break the shield.
They have a Pharah.
They do. Anna. Where's the Pharah? Oh, she's trying to get behind us. Oh, I missed! That's so cringe! Oh, that's so cringe, actually. Alright, got one of them.
Ah. I body blocked that rock for you.
You're such a G. Oh, I got something.
I
Oh,
really
fair.
can't wait until they nerf Genji, because I think it's bullshit that he can just sit there and spam his right click.
This is me on DPS. You felt that? You felt that? I'm bad. No, Genji's nerf is going to be really significant, I think. Reducing his ammo like that's going to be huge. Man, if I just killed the Pharah earlier, that would have been golden.
Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. It's just kill the Pharah, idiot.
I got the Zenyatta there. Oh, Pharah's right behind us. Fuck, I was trying to find her. Oh, she snuck around. She went to our base. Oh, let me switch to this.
Hitting the ground running.
Tried to be good in turn, but I'm the worst at her right click. I felt that.
Yo.
Oh, she actually got me.
What am I missing?
Nicely done. I'm almost there. I have ult, basically. Nice. We should keep pushing here.
This ends now.
It's you gotta pull back.
Fuck! I just threw that right into the Sigma shield.
Where the fuck is he? Oh my god, I'm garbage! Zenyatta ulted though. I can't see the fair. Tactical visor activated. He's low. He's very low.
You're also very low.
I'm not as occupied about that. Not as worried. I have full faith. Oh, I almost killed the Zenyatta. I missed. Oh, really?
Fuck.
This ends now. You're done. Going somewhere?
Oh, so close.
They won't quit. Neither will I.
Dumbass.
Where's Farah? Cute. Oh, she's so low. That's so cringe. Oh, I fell.
Yo, we gotta push it together.
Visor activated.
No fucking way, dude.
That's insane. Oh, I got fucking pooped.
Oh man.
30 seconds.
Guys, fall back, don't die. We need to push it together.
Gonna need a new paint job after this.
He's just perma flanking.
Dude.
Justice reigns from above. Ouch. Technically, Diva should have been the one that went after the Pharah a lot of the times. While we help with DPS.
Prepare your
I love how our Zen's just complaining because the Pharaoh was there the whole time. Like, she's gonna go after the hit scan that are trying to kill her. Like,
No, she is. It's just she was always
So
flanking.
where does Zen think he's playing into that? Oh, hey, everyone's gonna consistently hit their shots every single time.
Now, if I did hit my shots, it would have definitely helped. But
well, it doesn't help that the only thing that's really hit scan about Sojourn
it's the right click.
is the right click because it's
Yeah.
very deceptive that she has.
Yeah, but the Diva, instead of diving onto their Sigma, should have just went for the Pharah. Honestly. But I missed so often. I'm gonna get cheese ult charge, cheese ult charge.
3, 2, 1.
That's the stuff.
Actually,
Real good charge.
what?
This is restricted.
Dude. He's so low. He's so low.
Zen keeps hitting those fucking right clicks.
Oh, the enemies in.
I just got deleted.
You're gonna need a new paint job after this.
Like, I don't know what else to do.
I don't either. It's more of a tank thing. Oh. Oh, I got Zen orbed. Alright.
Where's Far? Oh.
She's always flanking. She's always going for flanks. And if we had a
Right now,
Diva.
she's just standing on the payload.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's.
Cannot escape.
Aki's not healing.
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
They had to take the time to say GG before the.
Yeah, before the game was over.
Going somewhere?
Fucking Zenyatta. Hold on. I'm so close to ult. Rough.
Play of the game.
Dude's gonna sit there and pretend like it was the Pharah the whole time, but it wasn't even the Pharah, it was the fucking Zen.
Yeah, Zen was deleting everyone.
Zen and then Genji
He-
dashing in after that person gets hit by their right click, so they just.
Yeah, the fucking Discord orb as well. He just kept transferring this, and they just went on us.
That's how it got killed in that first fight. It's just a couple of Zen orbs hit me, and then right before Genji's dash hit me, so I just died.
I honestly think it was a tank thing that round. Like, obviously I could have hit my shots. That would have been better. But trying to see, because it was fair.
Pharah was also really, really fucking good at getting away. Like,
Yeah, she
Like, we could
she
get her
played
low.
very cheesy. She played it very cheesy. That was how she escaped. That's why I wanted to switch to Hanzo there at the end, but I was almost at ult. I was like,
she didn't play like bot Pharah mains. The ones
no, that
sit up in the
Pharah
air.
is someone that recently placed and used to be high ranker. That's what that was. Higher rank, I mean. She wasn't just walking down. She's always playing her corners really well.
Well, that far made their career profile private, so.
Well, I'm not surprised. But the Diva was a good pick. Just had to go after the Pharah. If I hit my shots, it would have been fine. I just kept missing her for some reason. They had Sigma, which wasn't really that much of a pain. But their Zenyatta was doing a lot of work in the background.
I definitely feel like the matchmaker in Overwatch 2 is a little broken. Like I've had games where we get our shit pushed in completely.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, the next game we do the same. It doesn't feel like the matches ever really get balanced.
Yeah.
Like, there was a handful where it was close with us, but, like...
It shouldn't be close. I don't think it should be close, considering the rank we're in. It shouldn't be close. I don't think.
The handful that were actually close is far outbeaten by the amount of times where it's just pub stomping on either end.
Yeah. I know I didn't get play, but I'm curious. Does it show? Let's see it. Should've just Hanzo'd. If I can shoot a Pharah out of the sky as Hanzo, they always switch. So risky to default Hanzo though. Blind pick Hanzo. I mean, I used to do it all the time, but like, I feel like it's so risky. Oh, let me join team chat before I forget. Keep fucking forgetting.
Let's get this mission started.
Is this the pushing map? It is, okay.
Yeah.
Zoom. Oh crap. Come back to us.
Alright, we got slow people.
Yeah, I'm slow as fuck. Sorry. Kiriko, Roadhog. Nice. Don't know where. Oh, they have a Widow in the back over there. They have a McCree. Oh, nice. There's no McCree. Okay, I need ult charge.
I'm putting on the bandits as fast as possible.
No, I want an ult charge. Is what I meant.
Oh. Oh, right. You're.
Oh, I'm gonna get.
You're both are the DPS. Got it. You're not.
Got rid of not McCree, the Reaper at least. Oh my god! He just walked into sight like that.
Huh?
Oh, I woke him up. That was a troll. I'm so low. Oh, fuck me. Is there any healing packs nearby?
There's one. Oh crap!
I need to learn the.
Yeah, here, have a health pack.
I mean, besides you, silly. I mean, new spawn anyways. It's whatever.
McCree!
McCree's doing damage. Or Cassidy, I keep saying that too.
They basically 3-tapped me.
Yeah. Oh my god, he lived with 2 HP. I'm the worst Hanzo. No.
Okay.
It is not my time yet.
Dude, fucking Hog, man.
Hog is fantastic, isn't he? Oh, I took out their Moira, but Cassidy flanked me.
I will do better.
I will do better. Bottom. My latest creation.
Okay, the Roadhog had to interrupt the 1v1 with Hanzo.
Whatever. Oh, I'm gonna die if I go that way.
Hitsu, look out. No way.
Ah! No, you die here. You don't live here. You don't kill me either. Thank you, healers. I love you, healers.
He definitely fat fingered that.
Nah. Give me ult charge. Give me ult charge. Give me ult charge. I got it. No! Oh my god, fucking Roadhog. I was about to kill the Hanzo. I'm trolling. Sorry. I just don't have map awareness on these new maps.
Their forces outnumber our own.
I think I heard 3 ults out of them.
This is a decent amount there.
I
Come on,
know
man,
it
that-
was Roadhog and Hanzo. I think I heard Ana as well. Or no, they don't. No, hey, never mind. They don't have an Ana. That was ours.
Of course I got fucking back spawned.
Big hits.
By the dragon.
He's so low wherever she's going.
Okay.
No, Hanzo, just die! What the fuck?
And,
He's so low.
the
He's so low.
The Moira just can out heal any damage I do to her.
Alright, I have full faith in our monkey. I'm gonna keep pushing.
Hog was in our back line.
Oh, really? What the fuck?
By the dragon. We must take back the robot.
Oh, fucking A. He's... Reaper's low. I have ult again, so I'm just waiting.
The robot is moving the barrier.
Eh?
I think I saw Sombra.
Sombra? They do have Sombra. Nice.
I heard her. She was like, no.
Triple kill. Da, 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 da. Oh my god, he's moving so weird. I can't hit the headshot. I can't hit the headshot. Are they flaming each other?
Yes.
Looks like it.
That's unfortunate. That was a stomp. That's the game. That's what we were talking about.
Hey, look, just too good at this game.
Definitely washed though.
Well, okay, so I have 2 wins on supports now.
Hey, moving up in the world.
0 DPS wins.
This is definitely gold. The way that people talk after matches like that.
Yeah, it's. I was saying that earlier. It's like it's always after the game has ended. Does anyone have anything to say? And it's like if he had something to say at that point of the game, why not say something, during the actual game and just play better?
Like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, when your voice would have actually been useful. It's so troll. It's like that in every single game. It's crazy. Like in Valorant, it's like that too. Although in Valorant, it's harder to not use mic, I guess. It's just people still don't say anything though. It's always just to be mean. In gold, I think. It's like, instead of info, how the fuck did you miss that shot? Or what are you doing? Or where are you hiding?
Dude, you're so dog shit.
It's interesting how competitive works. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna shout you out, leader. I'm not sure if you're there or not. If I get shouted out anyways. Bum 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 bum. Did the Halloween event thing end?
No, it's still going on.
Oh, really? Maybe I can get Sophie to play that with me. Delicious. H2O. La agua. How have you been, Hound?
I've been doing pretty good.
That's good. Oh, I've just been going to the gym, really. That's it. Is that free? Can I get the cute cat thingy?
Select your hero.
Support again.
We're defending first? Oh, it's so risky. Do I do the Hanzo? I was hitting shots, I guess. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. If it fails, I will switch to Sojourn instantly and dash back.
Yeah, like Hanzo said, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Yeah, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Gonna start heading out to bed. Good night, dorks. You sleep well, Sunny. Thank you for hanging out. The emote's so
I've never
good.
looked up while we were here, and I didn't realize there was like flying cars and shit.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm shooting someone down. The bus! The bus is mine!
Hitsu, no, there's a family on there. They're going to future Disneyland.
Ready for this? Ready for the cheese?
1. Attackers
ESP Stanky, stop playing Overwatch. Wait, that was illegal back in 2017. Dude, did you actually fucking... You didn't actually, no way.
And that's the res.
Ugh. Fucking... What's the name of that one girl that does all the damage? Or the shielding?
Zarya.
She keeps timing her fucking bubbles so well.
I swap off Lucio because I realized we also had a Mercy and we need a little more healing.
Jolting her, fuck it. I need to get out! Zoning ult! Zoning ult! Oh, she's focusing me. I need heals.
It's a bit of a failure on my part because I'm trying to Zerg her down, but she's just got both healers on her.
I'm ult again. Oh, he's so low. Please don't miss. Nice, nice, nice hook. Nice hook. Whoever did that. Nice hook. I'm climbing up here. Where she's in here? She's by herself. If I could just hit her. Let's troll. Oh, I can't see. Oh, I almost hit a headshot, but I didn't. Ooh. They switched for me. But we have your ult, Baptiste ult. Let's go.
Okay, let's pull back before they just walk around us.
That is very true.
Ow! And also now you're down in support.
Alright.
Run for your lives!
Oh no! Fuck.
Oh, that's unlucky.
I played poorly there.
He got damage boosted. Couldn't get the second arrow on him.
Of course, it rise around the corner.
Alright,
It's
soldier
like,
now.
oh, by the way, he's still going.
We're in this together.
Man, at least we wasted a lot of time there. Oh, your screen is black, by the way? Oh, is it? What the fuck? Oh, my bad. You guys missed all that.
Just what I was.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it to him.
Yeah. We got some stalling in. We got some stalling in. Oh, he fucking lived. That's unfortunate. I don't know why that Mercy's trying to DPS us right there. Did our Reaper make it out? Please tell me it did. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I made it out.
I came to support you. I suicided for it. Oh wait, what? I got rest. Hey.
This ends now. Cybernetics ready.
Fuck.
He's trolling. Arisa's trolling. Oh, you died though. Honestly.
Gotta stay on your toes, soldier.
That was again me playing a little poorly. Damn, Hitsu fucking pop off your damage there. Holy shit.
Well, I missed his head. Cringe. They're chasing us though.
Oh,
It was when I was playing Hanzo. I got most of Hanzo.
Gonna need a new job after this.
I could have really held them back. I just messed up my ult, honestly. Nani. Thank you for the damage boost that she just did. Nice. Yeah, kill her and then free.
and if you fall back, as I have, yeah, I have
Hitsu, come back.
I have amp.
This ends now.
Ugh. Hold on. Oh wait. He actually held. You can delay the ult for that long. It's crazy. And sorry, I was pushing.
Occupied with trying to kill me than
Yeah.
he was trying to push the point. So
I was pushing to keep them in spawn. I ulted to keep them in spawn, and they did actually for a bit. Whew. It was kind of risky, so I'm sorry. I even died.
I will say I was proud of the one time I saved the hog's life because he was antied and I threw out the immortality so he could
Immortality's
get out.
busted. I just had so many good kills on Hanzo on defense side, and apparently the entire time my screen was black.
if
Then obviously it never happened. You
Yeah, it never happened. It doesn't count.
oh damn. So Hitsu, come here real quick.
Hmm?
So usually there's a pizza that's right here. If you punch it, it literally just shrinks into a little ball and disappears.
Nani? Is it because I'm playing on this side second? Maybe they saw it first?
Yeah, they punched it first.
Everything's going according to plan.
That early cheese really worked though. We kept them in there for a minute.
5, 4, 3,
I want to see if they play
now
up.
Are they gonna try it?
You definitely tried. Got one.
And that one was their tank, so
Where are you going, back?
Baptiste is low. Oh, he can heal himself. I forgot he can do that. So silly of me. Oh. He does damage.
Theorista's playing not the greatest.
She's trying to dive me. She's playing to counter me, but she's like
super up from her team and dying.
I have ult. I'm not sure if I want to use it yet though.
There you go, Hound.
Blind ult. Hee.
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna. The sports are gonna push the payload.
Am I gonna die here? No, we lose. I think that's the game. You just won there. Oh, if I can hit this Anna though. Never mind. This game. Oh, this is his fucking ult, isn't it? Yeah, he got the kill, and then he ulted here.
It goes for so long.
It lasts for so long, doesn't it? Oh, he got damage boosted as well. That's interesting.
Wow, 3 support wins.
You're moving up in the world.
I'm so proud of you, Krev.
It's beautiful.
Basically, because I never get to play tank.
Wait, Tally, haven't you seen this one yet? No one has used it yet today.
See you, chump.
Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. I want that to be like, it's like people. One day, someone's gonna notice, and they're gonna be like, "Wait, what?" They're gonna like lurk, and they're be like, "Wait a minute, what was that?" Actually, golden. Let's see. A minute. I got time to pee, right?
Yeah.
So I shall go. BRB. Fantastic. I want to see what my supposed play was that time. Oh, I don't get to see it. This wasn't it, I don't think. Yeah.
Y'all got any games on your phone?
Yeah. It's a gotcha game.
Aren't they all anymore?
True. Kind of true, actually. Kind of true. What is this one? Oh, this is the Korean map. Or the other Korean map.
Since so far Baptiste seems to be working out, I'm just gonna start with that rather than trying to do something funky. Just gonna.
I get.
Baptiste, shoot the gun.
I guess I have been hitting my shots, so maybe I can Hanzo. The second I'm not really hitting, I'll switch.
Armor for a little guy.
The hamster's temper is rising.
I wonder how Mitsu would look in armor like that.
What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing?
Filter enabled.
What do you think you're doing?
Do you want a bandage for that?
5,
A bandage for that? I think my favorite one is still. Thank you, Baptiste. Ah, you're welcome.
For what we've learned.
Wow, how is everyone so fast?
I want to know. Everyone's cheating. They have a Ganji on the side. Oh, I almost killed someone. Oh, what the fuck? McCree just two-tapped me. I don't see this. That was insane what he just did.
Ow! Yeah, Cassidy's just going ham.
Yeah, he's got that fucking grenade that's totally not as
And just-
overpowered as the flash.
It wasn't even the
grenade.
grenade. He just shot me.
He two-tapped me. There you go, he's low. Got him.
Okay, I'm trying to deal with the help deal with the Ana, and then Roadhog just decides, oh yeah, I'm gonna turn around now and hook you.
That mean just killed us all.
And then don't know what Hamster's doing.
There is still
Dying.
much I must do.
Nani. Oh fuck! Everything froze for a second. Oh, that was.
Scanning.
Oh, bruh, he flanked me just to get me. That was cringe.
I will do better.
It's high tide.
I'll find them.
You gonna try that again, Genji? Fucking hell, dude.
A testament to my skill.
That's 2 down. You guys should push point.
I'm trying to. Gandhi's back up again though. I got slept? Oh my god.
Hog's behind.
And it's low. He's here. Oh, I almost killed someone again. Dude, this Genji's so annoying.
Yeah, you're not shitting. He's literally just getting up in my ass and barrel stuffing with his right click.
And there's the hog.
He's solo. Hog is solo.
Bro, no, he didn't just fucking blind shoot a corner.
I got hooked. He insta-died.
I cannot give up yet.
That's not good.
Okay. Yeah, we lost this.
Best round.
I don't know what our tank's been doing this whole game, but he's playing way too far ahead of the team.
He has not been tank.
Yeah, it's like that one charge is like, where the fuck was he going?
Your screen is black again. Why am I making my screen black? What the fuck? Is that why?
Out.
I bear my burdens.
It shouldn't go there though. There's no reason for it to go there. Damn, most interesting black screen ever. Sorry, it was a hard match. I was just protecting your eyes. Your eyes are being protected. I kind of want a Zenyatta instead of this girl.
1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We must not be defeated.
Dude, he's literally just running in. Got my pick. Got my pick.
And
He also got picked. I want to get hooked. Fuck. I saw that coming.
Their healers are just we need to take care of them. I don't know what to do though because they're on each other.
I want our tank
The
to
Moira's
dive
feeding
in.
the Ana and the Ana's feeding the Hog.
And then Hog just deletes any squishy in sight.
Yeah, he does. Trying to figure out what to do though. He lives that? No shot. I'm dead. I'm died here. I got the healers though. I got the healers. Healers are done. I don't think it's gonna matter
And
though.
our healers are down.
Our tank is on the point instead of protecting you guys. No! Fuck. That quickly became not worth it. Fucking Genji lived. He's getting pocketed.
Dude, I don't think Hog should be able to one-shot anybody. Like,
As a tank, I think one-shotting as a tank is not okay.
Yeah, the
Homie,
hook,
I swear to God,
sure,
you just
because
fucking love
every tank has some form of CC, but the damage is insane.
How is it me? How's I the one that got hooked there? That's cringe.
yeah, I don't know, man. Our fucking tank has been, like, just kind of doing whatever, and
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
yeah, they... Like, I don't get how there's games like...
What rank is this? This is Overwatch 2.
I don't understand how there's matchmaking in the game like this. Like, this feels so unbalanced.
And I am gold. I am gold. When I was doing damage there, but I couldn't kill anyone. Seemed like.
Ah, yes, they're GG easying us, I see. They're those kind of fucking people.
We could rank together? We could. It's nice to finally have my rank reset though.
I'm tired of constantly playing support.
Yes. Don't worry about support. Play that tank. You got this. I was plat fast. Wait, you placed already? Need one? Already in queue. I'm playing with them. I wouldn't be opposed though. Most interesting black screen ever. I'm so sorry that my screen was black for so long. I don't know how I could have done that. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna push random buttons. See if it does anything. I have like a secret keybind or something.
It's not like picking another source or something.
Yeah, it went to a completely different scene in general.
Yeah, and it's probably a case of you having a hot scene or key or a hotkey to a different scene.
I don't know what exactly it could have been. Oh, someone wants to play. They said they're plat support. You guys are down.
Yeah, maybe after this game.
Okay.
Or after we queue.
Bet. Gold meow. Plat fast support. Gold meow. Oh, you were plat in Overwatch 1, is what you're saying. Ah, okay. I was big high. I was big high back then. No, I'm just gold. You were diamond in Overwatch 1. Okay. But wait. Oh, right, but that's because they have the specific cues for each things, right? Is that what you're saying? I'm not trolling. Am I? Am I trolling? I might be trolling.
You're always trolling, you just don't know it.
But you can drop. What is this? Let's see, what kind of shitty play did I do here? That's troll. Use 2 other heroes' ultimates without dying as Echo and Quick, so you can get sprays. Get 4 killing blows with a single use of Sojourn's Overclock. So use 1 attack. Huh.
Oh god.
You get the cute spray. You need 1 attack to kill 4 people. So it's a 4-person collat. Interesting.
Wait, what is?
To get the Sojourn thingamabob. Cute spray.
Hey.
Shazam! Nice Halloween skin. Thank you. I had it forever. The earth bending here. How do I do it in a place where they can clearly see it? Oh, I need it right there. They're gonna walk up and see the reaping, and then I'm gonna kill someone. I don't usually play Ana when I play Overwatch, but I only play casually. I mean, I used to only play casually. I quit competitive completely for a while, for like years actually. What's the team comp looking like?
Roadhog. And I saw a Mercy Beam. And a Widow.
Fair.
I tried to go dive up at the Widow, but then I just kind of got melted.
I'm trolling! There's a Widow up top. Well,
Back up a little bit.
I'm just dipping here.
Okay, you actually did get out. Okay. Ah, I see.
Wait, stagger? Oh, never mind.
Okay. But when I throw my diva bomb, I'll probably eventually die. I'll probably switch
they have a
to Junker
Pharah?
Queen.
Did I hear a fair? Or am I trolling?
I do not think they do not have a Pharah. They still have Widow.
Oh! I got fucking nuked. Don't let the Mercy res. Oh, that works. That works. We take those. We take those. We take those. And a Mercy. Or and a boost, I mean, not Mercy.
You fucking Ana boosted and then having
They
imagine
have-
having Kiriko ult.
Oh my god. Well, I'm not safe. I'm just gonna dip out here.
That didn't do anything. Cool.
I think I'm scared of you, soldier. I am. I'm out, baby. Damn. Nice, they're getting desperate, and I have ult soon. Lol.
Yeah, that.
Lol. Ult.
So do you
Like, and
think
now
that-
we're coming off of a match that we just got fucking dusted in.
Dusted on, and now
And
we're the
now
ones
we're
stomping.
dusting, so,
Yeah.
like,
Here's the mind games. Do you think they're gonna start off with Azaria because
DPS got up. They're being toxic already.
do you think they're gonna start with Azaria from the get-go?
I have no idea. I feel like when I play Reaper, I just don't die. And if I do die, it's because I get too cocky. Especially if I have healers, like, on me. I just don't die.
Well, it's mainly because like I don't want to play Diva into Zarya, and I was very much of a nuisance.
I'd just say Bastion's
I think
fucking
you were
super
fine.
powerful, honestly.
Yeah, Bastion seems to be doing a lot of damage. Like, a lot. Even if they have a Zarya, it just melts through the shield.
Well, the thing about going up against Zarya with Bastion, I usually wait until she pops her first bubble because I know that I have long enough that if she pops her second one,
They
I
can just melt her through it,
her
yeah.
bubble and then just fucking kill her because like she just eats it after that because she doesn't have a shield. Hero
Let's see
of
what they
my
got.
storm.
Yep.
Oh, watch out to start, Widow.
Capture objective A.
Get fucking played, Widow. Get fucking played.
Trying to get up to you.
Queen here.
Gonna TP out here. She's smart. Or not. I think they know they lost.
Who will join me on the objective?
GG. Oh wait, their scores. They didn't actually get any kills. I was one of their kills.
Oh no, they all left immediately.
No, but I can see our deaths though. That was one of our kills. One of their kills.
Oh. We.
Lol.
Dude, they just got skunked, like...
Yeah. GG. Hi, boo.
Wait, is that Sophia?
Sophia's awake.
Sophia, cute.
Soft cute. Do her sut.
Got her.
Hello.
I'm having fun again. I place gold, dear. So like I can just relax and grind properly. Who do you think? I'm a fight? You're trying to fight? You better go to their stream and fight them. Shut up. I miss you. Stay here. Hey, yo, Ace. Pog.
So,
yeah.
Soph is absolutely the cutest. You got him.
Yeah, so giga cute. So kawaii. So kawaii. Download Overwatch, dear.
Hi, Rager.
I want to play the event mode since it's going to last a while, apparently.
I think it lasts until... Oh, hold on. Let's see. It lasts until November 8th.
No, Overwatch 2 is free. When can I carry you in the league? I can't carry people anymore. I'm washed in all games.
The fact that Sophia still hasn't figured out who it is.
Do you know who it is? No season. You don't need a season pass. As long as you played Overwatch 1, you should have all your characters, right?
Yeah.
Bite me? Gotta figure out who it is. Sorry, boo. If you're washed, I'm hot Garbo. Did you guys win the last one? We did. Oh, fuck. Did you want to join? Mad Maestro? We just insta-queued. Nah? Okay. What have you been up to, though, Matt? It's been forever since I've talked with you as well. How's life been treating you? Working? That sounds fun. I say fun because I'm a broke bitch. I did a night shoot last night, got home at 6 a.m. A night shoot? What do you do for work? Are you an actor? Nani? Gotta get ready for work. So I'm a lurk. Hi, you enjoy your lurk, dear. Go get ready for work.
Sophia, cute.
Yeah, Sophia giga cute. But a night shoot. I'm trying to think of what a night shoot could be. Not an actor behind the camera business. Need to head to bed. I'm fading. Oh no. Oh no. You get some rest then as well. That sounds really interesting though. Behind the camera business. I'm gonna hit you up sometime soon, Matt. Because I'm giga curious about that. Unless I can't. Let me know if I can't. I know sometimes you're not allowed to talk about what's going on. But yeah. Oh, when is my rank update? How can I? Is there a way to check that?
Nope. It's dumb, actually.
It's kind of weird. So I can't check my ranked progression.
Nope.
I see. On set, then we shoot. 9 p.m. At 4 p.m. Then we shoot what we need to until like 5 a.m. I can talk about just hit a job of Adam Sandler. Oh my god. I'm definitely hitting you up. I'm definitely hitting you. I want to know more about this. I'm not though sleepy tired. No worries. You get some proper rest, Matt. Thank you for stopping by. It's nice to see your face, honestly. I miss you. I miss you, dude.
Diva.
I miss that voice of yours. Do you still stream? Sorry, go get some rest.
Honestly gonna go Bastion because I very much enjoy watching the health bar of their tank just fucking die.
Disappear completely.
It's like a vanishing act.
Got Kiriko and Anna, so you're about to have a time of your life, basically. No, I love you too, dude. You take care. I wanna hold you.
Bro,
I'd feel bad.
To me.
Let's see if they got the Lucio. They're on site. They got the Lucio. I think.
What's their? Oh, they have Junker Queen.
What the fuck? Oh, orb.
Allow me.
Ah! I can't see!
I've tried to chase down the Mercy, but nothing's happened.
Dude, I can't hit this Mercy. Mercy's moving so weird. Zoning ult, baby.
Go get him, Krev.
Doesn't fight here, does she? There's no way she actually stays here. If I can hit this shot! Oh my god! Alright, we staggered him. Let's go!
No orb for you. So Soja tried to throw out their funny little orb.
What? Really? She instant went for that.
That's when you throw your fucking Suzu.
What are you gonna do about that, Mercy? What are you gonna do about that, Mercy? I killed them all! What are you gonna do about that?
Go get her ult from the very beginning of Overwatch 1.
Oh god, that would actually terrify me.
That was literally like one of the most cancerous times to have Mercies on the team because like literally they would hide and not do any healing, and then when the team would die, they just res everybody. And I'm like, brother, please.
Where is this? I can't see. What's going on? Oh my god, Moira's fucking melting us. Yeah, that's fucking insane that he's working with Adam Sandler and people like that. What the heck? Oh, that was a headshot. That was a headshot. There's no way that wasn't. Oh, I'm dead. That was a burst. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That was insane. Welcome back, Sierra.
Oh, right.
Oh, she's so low.
bro.
She barely lived. If I can just hit anything. Zoning out. Oh, we go crazy here. No, you don't. No, you don't. Mercy, no, you don't. You're dead. Stay dead. Oh my god. The games so far have been good, I guess. So Mercy's gonna go for cheeky res. I have been struggling, admittedly. Oh, the fuck you don't!
Cringe! She said the funny
Rugawa
line.
go take you a crow!
She said the funny line.
It is the funny line.
Cringe.
Wow.
Wow.
Who do they play that round?
I mitigated as much damage as I've dealt.
Yeah, you're insane.
Crab was cracked.
I wonder how much of it that is just because I ate the Sojourn E while it was in flight.
Alright, I'm ready.
Beats me. E.
The E of the game.
E. 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 F. Rest in
That's
peace, fucking
crazy.
Junkrat, dude, you smacked his ass.
He said it again!
Let's go! Let's go!
We just TK them. Jesus Christ.
Let's go!
Oh, fuck. I can't believe Hitsu killed Rafiki.
I'm so sorry, Rafiq. It'll be time for my turn to
His
grind
name's
Kamsu.
His name's Rafik, but I'm calling him Rafiki because it's like
I'm in danger!
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Okay, I tried to follow behind the Cassidy, but Anna had sleep ready.
Oh, they're trying to focus me? Oh my
I
god!
think you got a little too big for your britches there, Krav.
They're trying to zoom at me. I have ult at least, I guess, but... Where do I even go to set up this ult, though? That's what I want to know. I can't grind comp for you, silly. I'm not good like that. Oh my god, he's crouching. Go crazy! Lol. Thank you.
No, McCree, you do not get to tell the time.
I already said it was high noon. You'd have to say it again.
Oh my
Well,
god,
no, I literally ate all of McCree's bullets.
so I don't know when the ending of the English dub of JoJo's happened, but apparently in the very end of Stardust Crusaders they have Matt Mercer say fucking it's high noon.
Oh, I couldn't get him. I'm switching to Hanzo again. You're playing really good Hanzo champs. So they actually do say it? That's kind of crazy. That's really cool though, actually. I like that. I like that a lot.
Kill them! Murder them!
Ha 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 ha! You're mine, bitch! Sorry.
Now they have more ult better. Watch out.
What do you think you are? Trying to Hanzo me? Me? This is my main. He's so low. Alright, he's so dead. She's so low. She's so dead.
Good job. We're right here. She's one.
She's so low. She's dead. Ryuga will take you a crow.
Nice. GG, guys.
GG.
GG.
I say that as someone who watched the entirety of JoJo's dub. I've never seen JoJo dubbed, so I don't know much about it.
Again. Look at you go.
I've watched basically all of JoJo's dub too, but it was because I watch it. I watch it while I'm doing things.
I need to finish JoJo at some point. I got through like halfway through. I think it's season 4.
Which one? Or which protagonist was it? Was it Josuke or was it Jordan?
No.
The one who could punch and then heal whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Then you were in part 4.
Yeah, I got literally like, had got up to like harvest part 1, and then it's just like, okay, then the interest fell off.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Send me the link, Sierra. I want to see it.
You were about to. It was like whenever they were about to meet.
Part 4 is Josuke. Yeah.
Akechi or something like that. I think his name was.
Whew. This is it. Let me switch to desktop real quick.
I will say it's fair that I guess it's somewhat fair that I eventually lost interest because I'd been binging from.
Alright, I'm gonna deafen for a second. I want to see this clip.
Here for millions, like you.
Let's see it.
This were the Wild West, the hero would say. It's high noon. Get off the ground and draw your piece, Steve.
What the fuck? He actually says it. What? That's insane.
I think part of why I fell just because
it's hard, dude.
Part 4 kind of started getting a little slow for me after the roller coaster. That was like the first 3 parts.
Yeah, Stardust Crusaders. Fucking. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Son of a bitch!
I just love like the one where he's like standing next to the TVs and he just looks like he's having a senile episode and they're like, God damn it. He's trying to use Hermit Purple on the fucking TVs.
And they're just like, this guy's fucking insane. I love it. JoJo's such a good show. Like, it's not like a show you would think would be good on paper until you watch it and you're like, I don't know what it is about it. It's dumb, but it's good.
Honestly, I started seeing one because I was like, you know what? Let's see what these memes are about. I wasn't expecting fighting vampires with breathing techniques. That's not what I was expecting to see the part 1 to go, or part 2.
What caught me was the openings. I saw the openings first, and I was like, wait, this music is fire.
The thing that made me laugh is just the amount of fucking band references, because literally, like, almost every single character or thing is named after a fucking band. Like, Robert E.O. Speedwagon, or, I guess in the English dub, his name was San Viento, but it was Santana. Fucking AC/DC.
Yeah.
Or, fucking Cars. I can't remember what the band was for him. And then there's and then you look at the stand names, like like how Josuke's was supposed to be Crazy Diamond, and Giorno's was the Gold Experience, and then there's like, all the other ones that are named after fucking bands or songs, and it's like,
no, it's great. What's a stand? Where are you in JoJo right now, Sophia? It's the the powers in the 3rd season of JoJo.
It's what replaces Hamon.
So that's Sophia is, I think, on the 3rd season of JoJo. We've been waiting. We finished season 3. It's the like Star Platinum. That's the stand.
Rodorona!
Oh, it's so dorky. I love it. No, we didn't finish. We were in the middle of season 3. We did not finish.
Oh no, Dioda!
I really want you to continue watching. Hoorah! Hoorah! Wait. Do I play Sojourn here, actually? Actually, I haven't played Ashe yet. I'll try Ashe out. I'm literally in here trying random DPS characters in fucking
Personas
ranked.
are a direct inspiration from JoJo, no fucking way.
Yeah, it is. They are. They are. Whoever said that, it's actually true.
Oh my god, that's great.
I don't get, but Josuke's theme is my fave. I mean, don't worry about it. Everyone has their favorites and themes and stuff. JoJo as a show is just so ridiculous. You just gotta appreciate it for what it is.
Holy shit. Holy shit!
What? I got pinned! Okay, I can't play Ashe. I can't play Ashe.
Sophia likes Bloody Stream.
My favorite Bloodstream or whatever the intro is that the 2nd opening?
Bro!
Oh, damn, he's just running up here. The cockiness.
He has to die for his sins.
The actual cockiness on their part.
You.
Hey, listen! Hold up. Come on. There we go. Keep pushing! Where's the McCree I just heard?
I also like the fact that the English voice actor for Joseph in part 2 is
Where's the Lucio?
Is Ben Diskin, and he's the guy who voiced number 1 in Codename Kids Next Door.
Really?
Yes.
That's actually kind of troll as hell.
If anybody's ever watched Gretzko in English dub,
Vamos nothing, buddy. Vamos nothing.
Oh, let's break it down.
There we go. Let's get that damage in there. Wait, who's fucking me up? Ganji. That's awkward. That's also awkward. He's in Kingdom Hearts as well as one organization. I don't know much about American voice actors, unfortunately.
I think my 2 favorite JoJo's, though, are Joseph and Jotaro. I liked Joseph.
I think as a JoJo,
oh my god.
I got fucking focused by the kanji there. I think my favorite is the first one and the third one. Forgot their names though.
Oh, Jonathan.
Jonathan. I like Jonathan because he's just a good egg. Like, he's just an extremely good person. I know some people think he's boring, but I really, really enjoyed his stuff. Oh god, damn. Who's ulting? I don't know if we win this or not, but a lot of them are dead at least.
I don't think we do.
Might have to adjust my approach.
They're coming back. I couldn't kill the Moira.
On the next fight, I'll throw out my Diva Bomb. Okay, I think I was a little too high up, but
Yeah, it was. Oh god.
Recalculating.
I need to play someone else now.
This is gonna seem like a troll pick, but honestly, with Genji out there,
Dude, how do they know it's there? The fuck? Kinda cringe. I'm just trying to stall the point here.
bro, really? Fuck off, Genji. Like, I think that's so horseshit.
Oh, I got one shot.
He literally right-clicks and then right-clicks again and dashes and he gets a kill.
Yeah, I'm still playing Chuckles. You just gotta counter push somehow.
Hi, Overwatch, please nerf Genji, thank you.
Was so sad when I learned about Billy Komet's passing. Oh, I didn't know he was that goated. Got his hook at least. The Kitsune is guiding. That tracer? Wait, what happened? There's a tracer?
Keep pushing, Tinker.
Oh.
Now,
Oh, I got one tapped. Unfortunate.
This ends now. Robot pushing.
Not sure, I wasn't paying attention. I wish I knew who you were talking about.
fucking Sojourn, man.
I'm telling you, she's busted. During her ult is actually just freelo for her. What do I even do here?
Yeah, we did get lead.
I took out one of their healers. Jinzo sasageyo. Took out you, unfortunately. I got fucking nanoed.
I got fucking shattered right in my face.
They used 2 ults there. That's actually kind of good though. I'm gonna be playing Yakuza stream in the background. I'll be here. Shuckles, thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate you.
That's 3 ults.
Yeah, that's really good. And I have Reaper ults though, so Shinzo Sasageyo.
We're falling behind.
Prioritize this guy. He's pearling. Is that it? They have a Pharah now.
Yeah, they went Farah because we don't have hit scan.
Yeah.
They took the robot from us.
How the fuck did I get booped off like that? Who on their team could boot me like that? Oh, they brought a Brigitte out. What the fuck?
We're in this together. All of us.
That's troll.
We need to stop them.
Brigitte was just in our back line beating the shit out of people.
Yeah,
I don't
unfortunately.
understand why they've ever made a hero as broken as to be able to push as a healer into backline without being punished.
She literally saved the team. I didn't realize they switched. That was the thing. Dude, they're about to win. That's actually insane. They went off of that.
Enemy team is pushed.
What the fuck?
Also, I know Shuckles is lurking, but hi, Shuckles.
I'm actually so annoyed that did she switch to Brigitte intentionally because of me, or is that she just do that for fun? Because that was actually perfect. She booped me out of like I was gonna kill everyone there.
I don't know. All I know is that Brigitte is like super strong in 1v1s, and it's kind of annoying because she just heals herself.
Yeah, but she literally won the game with that fucking boop. She pushed me out. That should have been play. Because I almost killed 3 of them with my ult, then I was just all of a sudden on the other side, not hitting anything. And I thought it was like Reaper, or not Reaper, I thought it was Reinhardt or something. It was like maybe he hit me and I moved, I guess. But he doesn't really do that much, right?
He does a decent amount of
knockback.
He does a little bit of a knockback when he hits you with his hammer, but he also does like a good chunk of damage as well.
Yeah. No, the thing that made me go zoom was the Brigitte. Unfortunately. I was just waiting to ult, and that was it. See it. Oh, I can't see it. Show me a highlight instead. Yeah. Yeah. What's this? Wow. On this one we get dick done. Remember it. I remember it. Not bad. Not bad. Hey. Oh, I die a lot per 10 minutes. 8 deaths per 10 minutes? That's almost once a minute.
Bruh.
Hmm?
I saw it.
You saw nothing. I did nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Gibraltar. Are we attacking first?
Gibby.
Bit.
Watch point Gibby.
The new voice lines are so troll. What the fuck?
Damn.
You should focus on training. You waste your time playing games.
Why don't you give them a try? Maybe then you found less.
They have a Hanzo.
Damn, D was just out here murdering everyone.
They have a Hanzo for sure. McCree or Cassidy.
One. Attack, opponents.
Oh, that
Pinata's low in the back.
was kind of funny.
Haha! Better Hanzo! It's me!
She teleported out.
I was really hoping that hook wouldn't hit, and then it just hit. And I was like, oh, never mind, I guess. I'm trolling. Whoops.
Damn.
Alright, this is easy reset. We just reset here.
If only I was better with my shots, then I could have maybe killed that Cassidy. Because his grenade was off, it was on cooldown. I could have won.
Got one.
Zen,
Okay.
you needed the health or me, brother. I have a plan,
Oh!
and its name is Bastion.
No, you're dying.
Nice.
Or Krav can just be a gamer and kill Hog before I even get there. That works too.
Die.
Where's the Hanzo? Do we know? Oh, he's over here. Da! Can I get off some heals?
We're literally right there, dude.
Okay, I have an idea.
That's 2.
Oh my god, he fucking ulted! He ulted with 2 HP! Punk!
No. Fuck.
That's such a good ult, and then he fucking... I just didn't do enough damage. The Zen is trolling us? Is that what's going on? Oh, I'm trolling. I'm still here.
I don't know how that hits, but okay, game.
It is not my time yet.
We're literally right there. That's actually crazy. Can you jump on the Hanzo?
Sir.
I got him.
Dog's behind us. We need to kill him.
Man. Oh, I was trying to get the Zenyatta. That's unfortunate.
Okay. Just barely did not get to do my stuff.
Alright, my dorky friends, I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm quite tired, but first Hitsuga, you're gonna get quite a few just sending me gun. Oh, no worries, no worries. Send me all the Gundams you can. No, it's fine. You sleep well, Tally. You sleep well. Fuck, I was getting a lot of kills there, but they weren't impactful enough. Nani? Nani.
Roller.
Who redeemed that? It's high noon? Oh, you redeemed it.
I will best any enemy, no matter how strong.
Ugh. I shut that down, that Hanzo, so much, but it wasn't enough.
I'll find them.
I have a Reaper.
The time stop sounds too. We're just
To be feared.
like, oh, I understand where those come from now. Bro. Like, their Zen is just fucking us up, man. I'm literally just so trained on trying to kill him that fucking Hanzo just shits on me whenever I'm not Discord orbed.
He's so low. Nice. We have to hop on point here. We have to hop on point.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not on it right now.
I got fucking Hanzo.
Is he trying to-
Hanzo's the priority, I think. Hanzo's the priority.
He jumping headshot me.
Instead of Zenyatta, we should focus Hanzo.
The arrow returns.
I know Zenyatta's fucking things up, but if he's dead, then it's a lot easier. I have ult now though, I guess. I'm just ult point from spawn. I wouldn't get on it? Unlucky.
How did Zen not get on it with Tranquility? No, I'm not. I refuse.
Nah.
I'm leaving. Fuck that Zen. He was too good. He was so good that he pissed me off.
Their Hanzo was doing a lot of work as well with the Zen. Basically, Zen got attention, and then Hanzo got free damage.
Us rolling out of the spawn and killing them like crazy, and then all of a sudden, oh hey, Zen's getting Discord orbs on people, and everybody's dying faster, and then we just stop pushing, and I'm like, that's fucked.
Yeah, it was rough.
I hate how matches turn out like that, where it's like, oh hey, we seem like we stand a legitimate chance. It's like, nope, you got jebaited.
Yeah, that was just to give you hope so we could take it away again.
I was trying. I couldn't do anything. Enjoy your lurk, Tally. Just don't forget to message me what you think. I will. You sleep well, Tally. You sleep well. No, I was definitely trying to do damage, and I was getting kills. It's just, I don't know. If I killed Zenyatta, there's a point where if I killed Zenyatta lived with like 5 HP. If I slightly charged it up for like half a second longer, or like something, he would have died. I let go too early, unfortunately. And I could have meleeed him, but I went for the melee. He ulted.
I felt like I was alright on Diva, but it is also just kept getting melted so fucking fast.
Yeah. The Zen was wilding. Our Zen or their Zen? Their Zen was fucking popping off. Can you throw us in a deathmatch? Or something? I need to work on my aim. Huh?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Oh. Please show me the one with the Zen. I want to see if this is the Zen play or not. The one where Zen lived with 2 HP. Okay, I ult here. Zoning ult, push up. Oh, they didn't get to show me though.
You could always look at the match replay.
Oh. What is this? Of controls. Where the fuck? What? How do I change perspective? Okay. I just saw it and then I got kicked out. Fuck.
Oof.
Mod check. Mod is abusing powers.
Can't escape death. The end draws near.
Sorry about that. I was taking care of. I have like a issue with a toenail.
No, you're good. Toenail pain is never good.
Oh, ruins. This is perfect for Junkrat. Until they have a Pharah, and then we have to play.
Oh, right.
Get this
So if
game.
they start with Pharah. Oh, God. Alright. Zooming down the side. Gotta get sneaky.
Sigma.
Woo! Come here, Sigma. You're mine, bitch. You're mine next, bitch.
Recall.
It's
See.
Odrin's fucking right click, man.
Bum 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 bum. That's
Activating self-destruct sequencing.
Darn, I tried to be fancy and thread the needle, but that was too high.
Sorry. When I play Reaper, I feel like I'm just trolling the entire time. I don't know why.
Hey, this is a map I can actually do the thread the needle thing on and all.
Hey, Hitsu, look. Warcraft can get in the way too, that works.
We're all ballers here. Soon, team. Actually, I'm changing Tanza.
Oh, really? You play Hanzo? This is fairly close quarters. I would have figured you'd have kept Reaper.
I wanted to, but
Hey, they have junk.
I have trust.
That's the only reason why I kept Junk was because we're going to be in an enclosed space.
Yeah. Don't worry. I have full faith in the Hanzo. Not really, I'm not hitting anything. It's all about the shots you don't make. That's totally how that works, right? I'm gonna go ahead and just try to capture this real quick.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
No, thank you. Oh, it's so funny whenever I see that shit happen. I'm not ulting. I'm not ulting that. Oh my god, fucking Sigma shield, cringe, cringe.
Damn.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Ah! Oh no.
Once again.
Oh no. I'm on fire! What else is new?
Holy shit!
That was kind of rude.
I see if they resorted to Bastione.
He's dead. Oh, that wasn't a headshot? That was though. Cool beans. Cool beans.
Yeehaw!
That Junker tried to swing around to grab the health pack, so I just flew into them and said no.
Not today.
Okay, which tire kill was it?
Let's see.
I was the first one.
Just chilling there. That's funny. I flew for the assist on that one. Got the assist on that one.
Wow, 4 out of 7.
You'll play soon.
Let's find out where my tanking skills.
Wow, I'm gold 2 now. So it goes to gold 1 and then I rank up?
I think so.
Yeah.
I remember that when there wasn't any of those funky numbers, it was just, hey, you're in diamond, you're in platinum.
What numbers? Just get better, silly.
Ikazo, friends.
Beast Hunter. Is Junker Queen ever gonna get buffs? Uh-huh.
I mean, she's already pretty buff.
Get it. Oh, can you deathmatch us?
Yeah, so we could do something other than watch the thing spin.
I'm zooming.
Is all I have left.
Fire in the hole.
Ah.
It was your face.
Nice. They definitely buffed Diva's HP.
This time I will be sharper.
You can actually 1v1 a Hanzo now.
You can't hide.
Damage. Goddamn. Ah! Loco. I didn't know where anyone was. I was trying so hard to find.
There's 2 tanks over there. I'm not going anywhere near that.
Give up yet.
It's a no. We must. I was gonna say we must unite against a common enemy. There's a wind tone.
Yeah.
Now we kill each other.
What? I'm getting killed by each other.
There he goes. Bulby, no! Bulby Stroganovsky from hit TV show Jimmy Neutron.
I think he tried to jump. I think he
unfortunate.
tried to jump after me, and then it's like, oh shit.
TP'd as soon as I hit him?
Ah!
So y'all want to hear a really crazy ass theory about Fairly Odd Parents that I saw today?
What?
So they talked about how basically like every human in the world doesn't have pupils.
Ooh, I saw that
Fairly
one.
Odd Parents. But then Trixie's best friend has pupils. And they're like, and all the fairies have pupils. So like, the theory was that Trixie's best friend was a fairy the whole time, disguised as a human, because Trixie only wanted to have a friend, like a best friend that she could confide in and stuff like that. And then somebody was also like, oh, well, then it would also explain the episode where Timmy wished that he would be super popular and she was the only one who wasn't buying it. And I was like, oh my god. I was like,
She's
oh
been
my
a fairy
God.
all
I
along.
was like, why does this make so much sense? I was like, I fucking hate it.
I should have known.
Go all Mr. Crocker on him. Fairy
Onverse!
That stuff's no good for you. Have some water instead.
Da-da,
Drink it yourself.
da-da, da-da, da-da.
Also, I have the perfect.
Hmm?
I have the perfect spray for us.
No, let me give them a quick little spray here. The reapening. Let them know that I'm coming. Da, 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 da.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Oh, I got deflected or something. That's troll though. I didn't kill my boy Lucio.
Okay. I don't think playing it. Let's try. Okay. As much as I want to play Diva, I don't know. I think the Diva just constantly walking towards me is.
Yeah, Arisa just walking in. Does damage. Hey, he switches in Donna though. That's awesome, actually. I switched to. I think I switched to Hanzo here.
We are outnumbered. Honor is all I have left.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Lol.
I hit my fucking translocator game. What is this?
Dude, he's just dashing on me.
Yeah, I just die. I just...
where's the surrender button?
I cannot give up yet.
Is that what?
He said, "Where's the surrender button?"
Oh. We need to help protect the supports. They're getting like dove.
Returns to the quiver. You can't hide.
I don't know. I was trying to go anything that could help against the Orisa.
I'll try
but-
switching to Zarya once I can get. I'm at 70% on ult. I don't want to lose all that charge.
I'm trying to figure out what I need to play here.
Bro.
It is not my time yet.
Did he switch off of? He did switch off of Zenyatta. Fuck. Fuck. Somebody else. Dun, 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 dun.
Score. 3. Switching sides.
They're gonna play Orisa.
Select your hero.
Try this. Because it's like outside of Diva, it's like I kind of know any other tanks. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do about an Orisa who just pushes me out of the way.
I mean, if it's Orisa, I think you just ignore her. If you're Diva, you just run to whoever's free. Because Orisa's kind of stupid.
Yeah, but they all just stayed
Yeah,
in a
but that-
death ball.
Yeah,
So
they
then
just-
it's like I couldn't ignore the Orisa.
Yeah.
Who was their other DPS? I knew there was Junkrat, but
Genji.
ah yes, then I will have hopefully an easy time.
You pull them up. I'm not waiting. I'm going to
I'm gonna figure out what to do here.
Yes. But when I pull them together, then you pull
We definitely needed the Zenyatta still. If they didn't have that ult, like ult combo spree, we would have been fine.
Of course they have
We're just
Cassidy.
zooming in. Oh my god, I'm getting dashed through.
What am I missing?
Getting ran through the suit. Nice suit.
Got up to 80 charge there. That was kind of nice.
Nice. Maybe Zarya is the counter.
Zarya and...
They all just kind of were focusing me anyway, so might as well make it so that
I mean,
way.
if they want to group up too, like, I'll gladly shoot my rockets right into all of them as far I don't care. Fuck. My mistake for standing in a doorway with a Junkrat spamming it.
Focus someone down. So close.
Oh, okay. I needed to use my second shield.
Okay. You take those.
Think I'd ever let you down?
Okay, Crab, how soon do you have grab?
93.
This is perfect then.
Pull him in.
If they won't quit, neither will I.
Justice! What's a justice? Susume!
What's the rush?
Boop 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 boop. just
I just pegged that
casually.
scorpion in the face.
Railgun charge.
Bro, what the
Oh
fuck?
god, oh fuck, Cassidy's behind us.
This ends now. Cooling down. Disrupting.
Dude, I couldn't kill anyone there. I just did a lot of damage.
Hold it.
Okay.
Nothing a quick repair won't fix.
They've got like triple hit scan now, bro. They have BAP fucking soldier.
No, but let's still go first. Let's still go first. We just gotta push here. Fucked by. Fuck. We didn't get the point.
Hitting the ground running.
How did we not get that? That's so unlucky.
Going somewhere? Railgun charge.
Oh no.
Hold it. Railgun power. Payload stalled. Get on.
Oh, he fell off.
That feels much better.
There's a Baptiste behind you guys.
Crab, can you? Oh, you can't pull him in yet.
Now we get it.
Where's your jetpack?
Railgun charged. Stay put. Gotta stay on your toes, soldier.
Oh, my game is freaking out.
I'm on my game now.
Tell
What?
me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads we tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding! Thank you so much for the raid there, Nintendo. What's going on?
Yourself together.
No!
Oh,
Of course.
The fucking.
Quick repair won't fix.
Sorry. We can group up. Be Gucci.
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
We just need to get our
What
ults
the
out.
fuck
We
is
need to
the
get our
Lucio
ults out here.
doing?
Throwing.
This ends now.
Crap, I'm gonna try and go for an ult whenever they're kind of grouped up. I know you don't have grab, but if you can save a bubble.
Fucking A, man. Oh, I'm trying to get Halloween stuff done for this game. Before it's over.
No.
I ulted to get the McCree, but it wasn't enough. We need a way to like walk in. We have no way of moving in. He went for me with that.
How did that Junkrat not die?
Junkrat's insane. Why was Lucy always diving them?
Why? It wasn't my fucking ult. I'm pissed. I'm angry. Madge. I'm molding.
No, I was just trying to get in there and get ult. Just to get kills and push in. But then Lucy was never there to like push us in. He was always diving.
They were already like flying towards the objective. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just solo hold get onto the point and somehow and just not die.
Enjoy your lurk, Miltendo. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good night. Sorry for that. I'm dog shit at streaming. I'm so sorry. You sleep well, Miltendo. I hope you've been well. Oh, I guess... What game were you talking about, Miltendo? Sigma's annoying. I haven't played against Sigma enough to figure out how he works. Like, I get it, but I don't get it.
Yeah.
Does his shield reset at all?
Yes, so he's got like an 800 health barrier, and then he also does basically like his own version of defense matrix with that black hole thing, except he turns it into health.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has rock.
Yeah, rock's done, I know.
And then his flux literally just throws people into the air. The whole idea is to try and do as much damage to them while they're suspended in the air as possible, because when they come back down, they get a whole shitload of damage as well. So, like, if you can manage to poke a few squishies while they're up in the air,
hey, Kiba,
when they come flying back down, if they're anywhere below like 150 health, I think they die automatically.
That makes sense.
Does Sigma have to actually regen the shield at all, or is it just, hey, he throws out its 800 shield, it's like...
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Oh no, he regens it.
Okay,
He doesn't just get to throw it out.
So we should be breaking the shield?
If I wanted to go like Diva against the Sigma, I could just be bullying the shield like I would a Reinhardt.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, it just never has full health.
Thank you for the alert, Kiba. Hope you're having a good night. I think last time I saw you was backrooms. Are we doing backrooms?
No, so it's
Ugh.
almost 1 a.m. Neat.
Oh shit, it is. Damn. And I've only ranked up once. I do not like how the ranking system is right now.
I haven't even placed yet.
Yeah, it's you have to play way too much just to get anything done.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Yeah, hopefully
No one
they
is quite
change it
sure
up in
why,
season 2,
but perhaps
'cause I
he
don't
thought
wanna
something
keep doing
peculiar
this.
would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Thank you so much for that, Lee Bear. Welcome, stranger. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic night.
Stanley
I
pushed
appreciate
the
that.
follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he
Kiba,
thought
thank you
something
as well
peculiar
for that.
would happen.
I appreciate that. Hope you guys are having a fantastic
Anyways,
night. I'm
welcome,
just
stranger.
trolling. Washed up DPS main. So I'm struggling. It's fun, but damn, I'm bad now. I hope you guys are having a good night though. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I'm so bad. Overwatch horse armor DLC? Horse armor DLC? Where is that? I want to see that. Hugs for Chew and everyone. Oh, you're precious. Did you come from Miltendo's raid? That's so precious. Look at all those dorky emotes. Those are such dorky emotes. Sorry. I love them. They're great. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. 5-minute queue time. Why?
Because we're queuing DPS and tanks, which are like the two sought after roles.
Just aim for the head here.
Okay.
Ah! Oh, thank you so much for coming in with this raid. I appreciate that. Next time you see Multendo, next time he streams, let him know I think he's a dork. Ooh. Circuit Royal.
Bro.
What are these emotes? They're so precious. What the heck? Nani. Nani. Nani.
It's a full-time job being the capable ones.
That's the first time I heard that interaction.
Hello there. How do I do my voice commands?
For you. Master your fears. They master you.
Alright. That's their team cup.
Excuse me?
A ditto. see. This will be fun.
They're diving me. Oh, fuck. That's not cool.
Ow.
Actually zoomed right at me.
Okay, yeah.
Our Moira was too busy doing DPS.
Yeah. It happens, it happens.
What's this Moira doing back here? By our
Being a-
spawns.
Being a troll.
Ooh, contest this actually? We can contest this. Oh my god, I got dashed and nanoed instantly. I've done 300 damage in the past amount of time that I've been here. How is this Moira just chilling now?
Yeah, they have a Moira's.
She's being a distraction and she's doing a good job at it.
Yep.
Dude, I like hate Genji so much right now.
Ugh.
He just feels so bad to play against.
Back with a vengeance.
Let's go. I mean, in that case, can we have Krav chase the Genji rep?
Well, I just happened to, after self-destruct, I was able to just drop a mech on top of his head.
Yeah.
Which apparently does a stupid amount of damage, so...
It does.
Oh, no,
it does
it's
a lot of
an
damage.
insta-kill.
Oh, that's what it is?
I'm pretty
last,
sure.
Last I knew it,
Genji's on the
did,
right
like,
side.
50 damage.
No, it does a shitload of damage. Their Moira is like hyper aggressive.
Very much so. Oh! Insta kill, that's right.
Yeah, no, I'm swapping.
60 seconds remaining.
Bum, 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 bum. Yes, sir, they are. Yes, sir.
Let's try doing the Zarya thing. Just to...
Like, he just gets to fucking poke and get kills from it and just reset his dash, like...
Hey yo! That ult.
No, they'll just stand there. Am I noticeable here? Got a monkey.
I think they legitimately went monkey because I went Symmetra.
I think they did.
Okay, bro, I went Zarya for the Diva.
Bruh, this fucking Moira.
What the fuck are you doing? Okay.
Die.
Christ, she's annoying. She was in our spawn for like the start of the match. Now she's just diving back on us.
This anything is really weird. The fuck? Exactly that.
Of course, the Genji lives with 1 HP. Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Oh my god. they were ready for the TP. I was not ready for that.
Oh no, that was an escape TP. I probably should have said something.
Bro. I lived. You played Winston actually. Next time you get a chance. If they're playing like this, they're really weirdly aggressive. Sleeping. I'm big sleeping. Big Oyasumi-ing.
Let's take him to the white land.
Because if they're playing Genji, their soldier is always out of position, and Genji is kind of throwing, but it's just Genji shenanigans. Go Hitsuga. Thank you so much for the positivity, Lily. What the fuck? I appreciate that.
If they're gonna keep that up, you're thinking Winston?
Yeah, because they get out of position quite easily, including their supports. Their supports get out of position. I play.
Well, I don't know how to play Winston, but I can try it out.
I don't want to pressure you then if you don't know. GG. Fuck, what do I play? What I play? What do I play?
There is always room for improvement.
Natural selection.
Now we just gotta push it past them. How close were they? 90
I think they just passed the second point.
No, they didn't get the second
They
point.
didn't fully get the second point. They almost did, I think.
No, I remember.
No, we held
Watch out for this.
Or was that the...
Yeah, like, you see how he's, like, out of position already? That's what I meant. Fucking maniac. Oh, cringe.
Bro, they're fucking Moira's in our back line playing like a DPS. Like...
Oh, did someone leave the game?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I have to play Hanzo then.
Okay, I know, I'm just gonna do this.
Pretty cringe that he just
I
left
don't
like
know
that.
why he left. Like,
It's gold. He's so low. No, stop healing me. Just kill the person that was there. Oh my god, Kiriko. Night.
I will do better. I'll find them.
Why is he so annoying?
Bro.
We're not. We need to group.
God.
The worst part is it's working out for them. That's the worst part about the DPS Moira on the enemy team. That they just can't get punished for it.
We need to pick someone off and then play it super aggressively. The question is, how do we even do that?
Their Moira. How does she keep getting away with this? Like, bro, come on. How is she not dead?
No one's focusing her at all. Like, no one is.
Yeah, it's no one's focusing her, but the ones that when we do, it's just she's just healing orbs and teleports
she
away.
really just doesn't fucking die. Like, I literally, I don't know, man. This is just bullshit.
Oh. They play so poorly, and they're getting away with everything. What? Diva's still alive?
I just let her be demeched in the background, like...
Yeah, she almost killed me. I was just surprised.
Hey, Moira's behind you, Crow.
It's over.
Bro, Jesus H, fuck. Their Moira had like almost just as much damage as their DPS.
Oh, you guys are so precious.
Why was that so frustrating?
No, no one focused her, including me.
No, when we do focus her, she just then teleports away and then healing orbs herself. And then
I know like, that, but we needed a just diver when she TPs away. Or we have a full team.
Like, the issue is that she was just crouching in a fucking corner.
And then
she was just waiting.
And she would wait until everybody was low and then just pick them off. So by the time we had time to react to her, we were already dead. Like...
Basically playing like a support version of Sombra. Just, I'm just gonna hide away and then, let's just pick you off and then you can't react.
As someone who plays DPS more, I can confirm that Alucia using his amped heal is more than enough to ignore her damage for a short while. Yeah. But we had a Kiriko, which is fine. But we had the other support leave as well, because they were not happy with how we were playing. Even though we stopped them on the second point, there's no reason to give up. I don't know. I guess 2P is too much for people. Can you put us in a match?
I'm looking for the, Oh, we can't even see the person who left because they left. I'm assuming it's Super Mage, though, because everybody else that I'm seeing...
just want to be placed for the first time in 4 years, Overwatch. Is that too much to ask?
How close are you?
I think I need 3 more wins on tank.
Still? We haven't won yet? Oh, God.
Honor is all I have left.
Now, if there's one thing that I can't stand whenever I play Overwatch, it's how people get away with shit unpunished. Like,
Ganjis.
Once again,
like there's obvious times where somebody's surrounded by a whole team, but then they somehow manage to kill like 3 of us and then get out. Like,
Hold on, is this person aimbotting in a deathmatch? Because they.
I'll find them.
Nani? Oh, they are.
well, considering that they keep saying pew pew after they get a kill.
Yeah, they are.
Where are they at? Oh,
Just shitting in the corner.
Out of the match.
Yeah, but it's just that, oh, I spawn in and they instantly know where I'm at and lined up to...
Fucking Genjis, just fight me! Stop trying to play these games. It's deathmatch. I'm trying to work on my aim, not outplay you.
Yeah, I'm not here looking for... Oh, 1v1's getting dive. Well, getting dive.
Ugh. She read me. I want to see this.
I will do better.
Nicely done on her part. My aim is definitely off now. I don't have an issue predicting him. I just don't want to play the outplay bullshit. It's annoying.
A testament to my skill. You can't hide.
Oh, you're precious, Lily. Welcome to the channel. Actually, precious. Oh, Shinomiya was just hugging that side. What the fuck? I need to assume people won't try to juke me. I'm just moving to move. Bussin'. Sorry.
Oh no.
Sorry, Korea.
Oh no.
What's the oh no?
It's bussin'.
The tank and the soldier from last game are back. On the
They weren't good. We just have to dive them. Or dive the soldier specifically.
Which actually...
Probably faster too.
Which, if it is the tank and take the last game,
actually,
they're probably gonna go Diva.
Yeah, they might. Just unravel. It is. It is. It is. It is.
Time for some action.
Thanks, Nut.
Oh my god, he actually got me! I thought I was safe. I should have rolled. I should have just rolled. Fucking dickhead. Someone's on the site. Ooh, that's a point for me. Dude, I'm getting chased by this diva. Diva's focusing on me. Ugh. Heroes never die.
God damn it. Heroes never die except for whenever they do.
I fell off! That's troll. Da-da-da. At least Crab is going crazy right now. They switched because of him.
Well, yeah. It's like it's just not a great time playing a diva into a Zarya.
I'll take that. I still haven't gotten healed yet. Ah.
What do you mean your Twitch had a fit, Angel?
Oh, I didn't realize he's right behind us. Or right behind me. No, it's unfortunate. I was trying to sneak on them. That's not good. I've done nothing but die. Watch out for our supports here. He lived.
Wow! Where did everyone go?
Fucking A, man. I'll have ult. I'm gonna try to get high ground and use it.
Where was I?
I'm pretty sure the Lucio has ult as well. I knew he was gonna do that eventually. I was just trying to find him, but I couldn't find him.
How long does that fucking ult last, man?
The die?
No, the monkey.
Oh, wow. Fuck, I should have just played Reaper. I could have dealt with the damn thing. I should have just switched.
I should have. Once they went monkey, I probably could have went Junker Queen, cause oh hey, you get up close. Like, okay, just.
I think Diva's good too. Since you like playing Diva.
Yeah. I'm just sadly getting used to the fact that okay, yeah, no, I could start out playing it, but then I should be trying to play around what they're playing. And
I feel that.
You can't just spam just play play your hero, because otherwise you'll just lose.
He was so fucking low. He had 2 HP. Oh my god. I should just killed him. That's so cringe. He just hid in the corner like that.
The Mercy just
Can you play
there and held
Reaper?
a fucking healing beam on Moro.
Oh my fuck, man. Alright, we just need to regroup here. Oh, he's so close. Alright.
Gonna need a new paint job after this.
If you see Soldier out of place, just chase him down. He's way too out of place all the time.
In possession of the objective.
Like, he's up on top right now, just chilling here. I got tapped. The fucking one person killed us. What did I play then? I just gotta stick to Soldier.
What am I missing?
So I dived the soldier, and then the entire team turned to me.
Yeah, we died to the one girl. She was hitting all our shots, so we couldn't support you. No.
Well, that's 3 different.
Yeah, that's a lot of ults.
Also, I don't know why they used so many. All I did was throw a Diva Bomb. That did.
Yeah, but we also used 2
bombs.
ults. We used 2 ults as well.
From them.
This ends now. Headshot.
I need health.
Gotta stay on your toes, soldier.
Oh, we should have staggered him. Viewers, shop for your followers, viewers, and primes. Nice.
Stay put. Empowered and ready to fire.
Reaper's low. Or not Reaper, yeah. DPS Mars going in. Nah, I won't buy no bots. Don't need followers and viewers and... Alright, primes do be nice though. Wait, hold up. Primes do be nice though. So you're telling me I would get prime subs? That sounds kind of sus. He's trying to jump on me. Got one of them.
Going somewhere? Thanks for the help. This ends now.
They're using like everything.
Yeah, I ulted and they ran in. As soon as I ulted, they ulted. But that's good though. We can counter ult now. On point.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself together.
Damn.
We all died though. That's not good.
Stay put.
Moshi Moshi, hey Snake. I'm trying to sneak onto the point here. Let's go. Let's go. It's not GG yet. Whoever said GG, you're wrong. On point low. Hey. One more round, baby. One of the games I played, we had a soldier that complained the whole match that she was just weak soldier and needs severe buffing. Nah, Sojourn is busted. Having Sojourn and Soldier is actually really fucking nutty, especially if you have Kiriko. Really fucking nutty. That's wrong.
So much damage.
That is wrong. I don't believe it. That is wrong. I'll just check in and see how Overwatch is. No worries. It's going pretty well so far. We're chilling. We got everyone in chat. Just get big of vibing. Lily's being precious and lovable to everyone apparently. But we're just big chilling. Big chilling. It's been rough at times, but it is what it is. We play left side here, yeah, so we get closer.
They're still playing monkey.
He's gonna TP here, right?
Choice, honestly.
Oh.
Bro, he was so low.
Fuck. Mara was diving. I tried to follow her.
Yeah, soldiers learn to run away when fly at him when he's sitting on.
Yeah, but if he's running now, who do we kill?
And they're all just sitting on point. They're not trying to bother to...
Alright, we got the soldier. The... Precious. Actually precious.
Pull back, Hitsu.
Yeah. I'm just trying to support you.
Yeah, I know. I was just telling you they were swarming me. I appreciate the help though.
Where the fuck are they? Well. Oh, she's 1 HP. That's so unfortunate. She lived with 1 HP. I didn't charge it enough.
Recalculating.
We have 4 ults. We have 4 ults.
Surrender to my will.
Really not, right?
How do they keep taking it whenever we're on it?
We're not really on it. That's the thing. Focus is Winston. Oh, he lived? He fucking lived, didn't he?
And there's all the damage out of nowhere.
Oh. We somehow lost the point and they were able to... Fuck, that might be game.
I'm with you. What am I missing?
We just need to get on point somehow.
Yeah, it's not happening. Arana and Moira just kind of sat back and healed each other. instead.
Ugh, but does it matter though?
I just want one fucking win, man. Why does Overwatch have to do this shit every single time? You go on a win streak and then all of a sudden, oh hey, by the way, you're gonna lose like the next 80 matches that you need to get placed.
Yeah, it's such a commitment to actually do anything in competitive.
It do be rough.
Like, oh, you better square away an entire day if you want to do any sort of placements.
We're in this together.
It's ridiculous that I haven't placed yet though.
Yeah, I've only had 4 wins on tank.
Like, it's crazy they have to play that much, in my opinion.
Yep.
Going somewhere?
Maybe I would have been placed by now if I had only done tank the entire time we've been playing, but I wanted to try to do flex for a bit.
Yeah, that's the thing that kills me. They're like, we wanted people to feel like they were getting more out of their ranked experience. Because we know that sometimes when you go on a loss streak, you can feel like you went nowhere. And I was like, it still feels that way because you still don't get placed for 20 games if you lose. Like, it doesn't matter.
Can you imagine though? Oh! Wait, what? Platinum's chilling over there. You guys can do it? Thank you. I mean, I have no doubt that eventually I'll rank up. I just know my aim is... I'm nowhere near as good as I used to be.
I was about to kill Platinum and you fucking walked up. Screamed. Get my foot up your ass, boy. Tenandayo.
Five damage. She does a lot of it.
She does too much of it.
Yeah, but she is not weak. You can counter her, but she's not weak.
Bro, the motherfucking...
Not so fast.
Wait, you went through it? Or did I just
No,
miss?
you shot it like at my ass.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself together.
It grazed my butt cheek before I walked out the door.
Disrupting.
They're in the rock position again.
Oh. But can you imagine, though, if that hit? If I just shot normally as well, I think I would have killed her. Let's see. Yeah, I probably could have.
This ends now.
No.
Nani? Nani?
What am I missing?
Junkertown.
What username?
I'm trouble hitting her railgun, but taking steps to improve my aim in this game, and it's been working fairly well. Her railgun, basically, you just want to take the time to make sure you hit it. That's really all it is. Like, I know it's kind of weird to say to like slow down on a character like her, but you just want to make sure if your railgun hits, you do a lot of damage.
We're in this together.
That's really it. Can you imagine if I could build stacks on this?
Stacks on stacks on stacks.
Because if you guarantee the hit, then it's basically free and you can push in. Because like sometimes all you need is that one person to just drop, and then you can go in and clean up.
Stay still for hours, waiting for the perfect shot.
I don't know how you zip around.
They have a Lucio chilling at the door.
And a Reinhardt. Oh, this is gonna be fun. And I think I see a soldier to the left.
He left. She lived. That's crazy. I lived. I'm alive.
Okay, yeah, I need to take care of the turret.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Pharaoh.
Do tanks walk? Does he always walk kind of fast?
We can't move until the payload moves.
Hey, who were you playing earlier? Before Pharaoh? Oh, Tracer. That's right.
Reinhardt behind.
Oh my! Make sure your shots hit, Hitsu. That's what you literally just said. I did not. He's solo. No! Sorry. That did not just happen. I did not just jump off the map like that. Because I totally did.
This ends now. Who's next?
The payload has been secured. Enemy turret destroyed.
He lived. That's crazy. All right, he gets HP for it. That's right. I forgot. When DPI was too high and would constantly over aim and miss my hair, I lower my DPI, lower my sensitivity. Yeah, no, that's one of the most important parts about like figuring out your actual aim is making sure you have the right DPI for your setup. It don't matter. I got your Lucio. And well, I might get a res. Let's go, baby! Let's go! Well, that's awkward. I got pressed into that. Nice slide. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh hey, I just got a promotion for viewers, followers, and primes.
You too, huh?
Hey yo, must be for popular people only, right?
Exactly.
Brother.
Ooh, jeez, sneeze. Sorry again.
Brother.
Fucking dickhead, man. Dude, his stun actually does so much damage. Almost school shot. Nani?
Recalculating.
Bro.
Not so fast.
And behind.
This ends now.
Pan didn't die there.
Because I don't know.
I just need to get in there.
This motherfucking Ana.
Really? She's fucking hitting so many goddamn sleeps. Ugh, she's actually hitting all these sleeps.
God damn, dude.
Ow! That was rude.
I hate Torbjorn players too, like with a passion. Sir, please stop.
Oh my god. I can do is just stall. Anything that I can do.
Like, I literally hate the second that I walk out from behind cover, I immediately hear the beep beep and just start getting fucking pounded.
His rock does damage. I don't know what we played. I think we need a hit scan for sure, but I also needed the Reaper damage. I don't know.
Well, Pharah counters Torbjorn, but with Ana, the Ana's just fucking cracked, like.
Yeah, Ano's hitting things like crazy.
Is all I have left.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
Just play Hanzo. Hanzo never fails. Until I'm playing on defense, in which case it fails.
They've got Torbjorn again, of course they do. Can we go back to a few weeks ago whenever Torbjorn and Bastion were both banned from comp? That'd be great.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Scanning.
Stop the
Going to the side.
Yeah? Yeah, ball? Dude, motherfuck.
Okay, I get the hook. But they're able to like shift out and shit.
No.
Yet another game where we started out doing really good, and then all of a sudden everything just starts taking a shit.
You leave my Bastion alone. Yeah, no, stop hitting it. Stop hitting my Bastion. How dare they?
Oh, of course, yeah. It's like, oh, I land hooks, and no one dies.
I got two, I guess. Is that enough though?
I hate Torbjorn and his goddamn turret so fucking much.
I think if Torbjorn dies, his turret should die.
I mean, just call out where his turret is, and I'll try to shoot it. That's why I switched to Hanzo.
I mean, as far as I know, his turret's on the payload right now.
I'll find them.
Yeah.
Because he's playing like that kind of player.
Oh, of course, Akira goes right there.
Life is not forgiving.
Overwatch, I'm begging you, please just let me win one more fucking game so I can go to sleep.
Is that what we're waiting for?
Jesus H. Christ, man.
Yeah, because there's no way in hell we're getting 3 more wins at this rate. Not with how the game's going to be a piece of shit.
I just don't get how we go so long doing so well, and then all this, well, no, we didn't even go that long doing that well. Like, we were doing on and off wins, and then all of a sudden we just start hitting this hard loss streak, like...
And then just like, there's no matter what we do, we can't change the outcome.
And it's to, like, stupid shit, too, like Torbjorn or a DPS Mara, like... It just feels bad.
We just need comms, honestly. That'd make it so much easier. Because half the time when the supports are dying, I don't know they're dying. You gotta say something. What counters Torb? I know Pharah does. I think I technically kind of do if I shoot the turret. Soldier should too, right?
I mean, technically, anybody who can manage to...
burst the turret.
Yeah.
I joined you guys as a support, but I'm very much in bronze mode still. My brain hasn't adjusted to this game yet. I mean, I feel that. I used to be fucking insane. Now I missed free shots. And when I miss free shots, it matters. What the hell is that? I have a bump on my finger.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
You know one of the maps I don't miss? Numbani.
How was Numbani? I mean, I enjoyed it back then, but I'm not sure how it turned out. How it eventually became.
My old
command team. Let's do better this time.
Okay. We zoom. They're chasing me down up top. That's so cringe. They're behind you guys right now. Moshi, hi boo. Welcome back.
Sophia, cute.
Oh! Oh, she stood still. Could have had it. I could have had it. Could have had it.
How the fuck did they get to full health?
Robots pushing.
Moira's up in the bridge. Thank you. They teleported and came out full health.
I was trying to protect you. I'm gonna die. Fuck. Watch while working. Hi. Lily's so precious. Lily, this is my boo. I know you're new, but that's my boo. She's quite lovely. There's a redemption called Annoying Dog that everyone loves, and it's her voice. It's really funny. Let's regroup here.
We need to put a stop to their push.
I've seen tougher spots.
Ooh, I just got really hungry out of nowhere. There it is. There it is. Oh my god, she's just chasing us. We're in the back line, Moira. Ugh. I need to.
We're about to take the lead.
We're in this together. All of us.
I couldn't even ult properly. That's so cringe.
I feel like playing later at night is like way less likely to yield results of people communicating too, because I know that there's been times where we'll be playing and people are like, why aren't you talking? And they're like, I'm trying not to wake up my parents, and it's like, okay.
That's one down.
Oh, everyone. Crap. I was trying to do something cheeky and it...
Moira's behind us. Fuck, and Soldier lived. That's so oh my god. There he is. You killed him though.
Soldier died.
Or not Soldier, Reaper. Ooh. He fucking TP'd behind me like it was Valorant. It was so funny.
He's behind you. Nothing personnel, kid.
He TP'd behind me with 2 HP as well. That was the funniest part. Then I turned around and Moira got me.
We're on the move.
The Reaper somewhere around here. There he is. Nice suit. Oh, I'm gonna die. Thank you, team. He's slow. He's so low. Got him. How are you doing, Boo? How's work going? I hope work is going well. Oh, I was waiting for the heal. Should have called it. Work is going well, but I got a headache from inconsistent sleep. That's not good. I'm sorry, Boot. Not even winnable. No, I missed a headshot. Cringe. You're good, didn't though. Did I say the forest spawn? No, I don't think I did.
Bro, he had healing from the fucking Moira. How you gonna 1v1 when it's not a 1v1, bro?
Morris keeps... I don't like Morris. I don't like Morris.
Yeah.
They just go behind and flank.
What's with the sudden influx of DPS Moiras?
I get it, but at the same time, like, it's so annoying. There we go.
And ults.
I just want to get
Death Blossom soon.
I just want to get that one kill.
Oh, thank you, robot.
Yeah, Reaper coming behind. Reaper behind with Death Blossom.
I'm so low. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I got jumped on. Reaper behind, Reaper behind, Reaper behind. He's gonna ult here soon. Be careful. Oh, they're using a lot of ults actually. You guys are popping off still though. Go crazy, go crazy, go crazy. Kill them all.
Ready to move.
I'm glad I learned that it's just... It will be basically an instant kill if I can land the squish on someone.
It's up top chilling. Ah! I fucked up my jump. I'm sorry, team. Where am I? Oh, that's a spawn. Bad sleep gang? We're all bad sleep gang. That's what I like to hear.
Yep, there it is.
Fuck you! Nice! Oh, jeez. She did it again! That's my Reaper! That's my Reaper, let's go! Behind you, behind you, behind you. Soldier's just low. He's just chilling. I think he was low, I don't know. They brought out a Ganji. Self-destruct, baby! Alright, that's the game. Now it's GG. Oh, can I join to have take medicine to sleep my brain? It's damaged, hard to sleep, and a lot of other. Oh, that's. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, Lily. We're all bad sleep, gang. GG. Rough.
You're done. That's 2. I warned you. Cooling down.
8.
Hey, that was my 5th tank win.
Another win.
I fucking D ranked, dude.
That was enough to D rank? Oh no.
I'm done.
Oh no.
Bullshit.
Yeah, and then now I'm gonna just forever be 2 wins away from my tank placements.
Soon TM. Soon TM.
Yeah.
I need to go.
Yeah, I need to end. It's late for me. I need to get ready to sleep.
I have work tomorrow. I don't have to go in until 1, but like still.
Have a good night, everyone.
Now, everyone have a wonderful night. Hound, sleep well. Krav, you're a dork. I appreciate you.
You too.
No. No, you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hecking nerd.
I didn't deny that I'm both dorks.
Yeah, I know. Fuck, you didn't. But you take care, guys. Thank you so much.
You too.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Also, once again, Sophia cute.
That is facts. Sophia is very cute.
And also,
Okay.
Sophia, if you didn't figure out who it is by now, it's Hound. Hawk got him.
I'm sure she figured it out. Surely, right? Fight me, she says. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming with Nintendo's raid earlier. I appreciate that. Good night, disembodied voices. Alright. Yeah, I'll see you later, Hound. You take care, okay?
We'll have to play again when I'm not fucking tired and cranky.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't even worry.
But yeah, I'm gonna go find Dago and bring her up so she can. We're having a sleepover tonight, so.
No, that sounds precious. You enjoy. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Yeah, I'll see you. Take care. Bye. So Sophia, before I end the stream, I want to show you what it is that I want to play. There's a thing called Junkenstein's Revenge Wrath of the Bride going on, and I've never played it. And there's a story mode, and apparently it contains jump scares. The fuck? Anywho, I really want to play this mode when we get a chance, because that would be really fun. Back because I can't sleep. It looks like you're ending. It looks like everyone can't sleep tonight. Everyone is in no sleep, gang. That's a big mood. Yeah, I'm ending here. I'm about to end. It's late. I need to get some rest. I had a lot of fun. It's nice to be gold again. It means I get to properly play and kind of go back into it and hang out and, you know, have fun again. Because when I was playing Reaper, you guys saw those moments where I was just playing Reaper. I'm just running around like, you can't kill me. No, die, 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 die. It's so stupid, but it's so much fun. I can join for Junkers if you need teammates for it. Oh, for sure, maybe. But I had a lot of fun. Playing again, it's nice. I can see all the faults that I made, and I know if I just played a little bit better like I used to, it would be easy peasy. But I am not hitting shots the way I used to anymore, and that's a given. But it still was really fun though. I had a lot of fun playing. Thank you everyone for hanging out though. I'm gonna find someone to raid here if you guys want to come. I want to find someone wholesome. Is anyone wholesome streaming right now? It was nice to play with Hound and Krav. They're both Giga Dorks. But I'll switch to. Oh god, I forgot I had 60 tabs open. Okay, hold up. Let me find someone real quick, guys. I also have a Discord if you guys want that. Hey Hound, 60 tabs? Something like that. I could join for Junkies. Thank you for playing again, Hound. I appreciate it. But I have a Discord. If anyone wants to join and hang out, obviously, most of you guys know about it. We watch anime and movies frequently. That's it. I don't ping. I don't at everyone. I don't do that in case that's something that people worry about. But I got a Discord. Post dog pics. Need more dog pics. Always need more dog pics. Honestly. Anywho, oh god, I'm sweating. Oh man, nothing like a good competitive game that'll really get you sweating. Like a good workout. Oh, fantastic. I might take a shower before I sleep. Low key. Yeah, and cat pics. Dog pics, cat pics, rabbit pics, hamster pics. Any kind of pics, honestly. Except the bad kind of pics. Don't do those. That's how you get bans. Oh, Sift! Sift is a really, really precious guy. He's a really good person. He's a big dork. I actually really like his stream a lot. I wanna rate him. He's a really, really good lad. One of our mods, Neo, great friends with him. He can attest to it for sure. So if you guys want to come in real quick, just say hello. Stop by, say hello. They're playing inside the back room, so it was something we were playing not too long ago, getting jump scared like crazy. So that'll be fun, right? But come in, say hello. Just be you guys. You guys are loving individuals as it is. Just don't stop being you guys. I'll teach you mahjong one day. Probably, I can see it. I can see it. But thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful night. At least tomorrow's Friday. I'm going to take my sister to work so I can sleep in a little bit more and then go to the gym. But
like the ins and outs of nap time.
Who the fuck is talking about nap time right now?
Try YouTube Premium on us.
Did YouTube Premium just ask me to take care of baby nap times? What? I got voices in my head. That's crazy. Apparently, Sophia, are you pregnant? Asking for a friend. Have you checked? Ara. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Bye. I'm gonna go to the ending screen so I don't get to use it enough. Hold up. And then we'll end out. We'll raid out. Please come with me and say hello to Sift. Just call him a big dork. Like, spam dork over and over and over. Like, you're a dork. You're a dork. You know, like, just go ham on the dorks. Dorks. Love you guys.